Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Mesa, and I'm very pleased to welcome you today to today's webinar. As you've seen from the email that we sent, this week has been a week that has produced some really, bad news and things we already knew, but we've seen it documented through several UN reports. We've seen the UN Special Rapporteur, Dr. Francesca Albanese, release a devastating report documenting Israel's systemic torture of Palestinians as a state doctrine and a defining instrument of the ongoing genocide. We've also seen the same week an 18-month-old Jawad Abu Nassar, an 18-month-old that was detained with his father in Gaza and was returned 10 hours later with visible torture wounds on his legs after 10 hours in Israeli detention. Meanwhile, Dr. Hussam Abu Safiyeh, the former director of Kamal Adwan Hospital and our colleague, remains imprisoned and detained without charges. And the special rapporteur to the right of health, Dr. Tlaleng Mofokeng, and other experts confirmed he has been subjected to severe torture and degrading treatment, while his health continues to be affected negatively. And we've seen that this assault on healthcare does not only stop in Gaza. We've seen it happen in Lebanon. 12 paramedics have been killed in one shot. In Lebanon, there's been significant attacks on the healthcare sector. The UN and the WHO documented repeated attacks on healthcare workers. And this is also another signature aspect of the genocide, the Israeli genocide on healthcare, on life. We've seen ambulances attacked, facilities with dozens of incidents this month alone. We've also seen in Iran, the WHO has verified attacks on healthcare during the current escalation, the current illegal war on Iran, affecting healthcare workers, medical infrastructure. Again, a signature genocidal factor when it comes to Israeli and American assault on life and healthcare. So we've also we want to remind people that medical neutrality is eroded everywhere in the region where there's a genocide. The consequences are devastating, and our responsibility to defend patients and practitioners extends across all borders. So the reason why we have these webinars is not just to share information. We want to remind everyone that information without mobilization is really not what solidarity is about. We want to use this information to mobilize everyone. We want to move through our advocacy and remind everyone that we have a huge event coming up on April 15th. So we are gathering in Washington, and we want to bring 1,000 healthcare workers to come with us and advocate for ending genocide, ending illegal wars, and to release Dr. Hussam Abu Safiyeh and resist medical complicity in torture regimes everywhere. So thank you again for joining us. I'm going to first welcome Annie, who is going to be introducing our guest of honor today, the Ronaldo of Palestine, Muhammad Balak. Annie, thank you so much for joining us again this week. Please tell us about your relationship with Muhammad and introduce Muhammad to the audience.
With great pleasure. First, hello to everybody, all the people here on Zoom and YouTube. I can see the number is very high of people. As you may, if you met me 2 weeks ago on this call, you know I'm a Palestinian Christian, and I was wanting to say 2 weeks ago, Ramadan Kareem on the day of Eid. Today is Palm Sunday, where Jesus walked into Jerusalem. It is arguably one of the most important days for Christians, and for the first time in history, the Bishop of Jerusalem is unable to walk into Jerusalem and have services at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. This has never happened before in the same way with Al-Aqsa Mosque. So it's a very, very sad day for the Christian and Muslim community who reveres Jesus. In fact, Muhammad's brother, his name is Isa, Jesus. Muhammad is Muhammad, and his wife is Maryam. So it's all together. Thank you again, Dag, for the opportunity to be with you. I'm always with you on the sidelines, but thank you for this. Some of you heard our story, the story of Muhammad and my story. I'll just briefly summarize this for you. I'm not a doctor who can go to Gaza and help, and I try desperately to find a way to help. And I believe football is the language of the world, it's the people's game, and the Palestine national team were basically the ambassadors for Palestine around the world before 2023, of course, but certainly since. I wrote an article and discovered that one of the most famous footballers of Palestine, Muhammad, who's with us today, was missing from the national team. This was a few months after October 2023. And I wondered where he was because he was named in 2017 the most valuable player of Palestine. He had played on the national team before, and turns out he was trapped in Gaza. He had returned after playing all across the Arab world to Gaza to get married. And he was living very happily, playing back for his Gazan team, married. And a few months later, October 7th happens. A few months later, I find a phone number and I send him a message. And this one message that I thought would just be maybe a day or two of conversation ended, actually didn't end, on the contrary, initiated a 2-year relationship between us where there are many details I won't go into, but we wrote a book together, not because we ever intended this. Our intention was just to get Muhammad out of Gaza because they were hunting down doctors, athletes, professors. And he leaves Gaza after 7 months, 5 times moving his family of 15. He's injured. He's not well. He escapes Gaza, and it really was an escape. And against all odds, he had a very short window of 3 months going from very sick and mentally very crushed, having to leave his family, to retrain to the top professional level of sports. And he does it. He does it because the Gazans, are just inherently strong and have tremendous will. And across 2 years, we have thousands of messages. And I realized in this that Muhammad was a beautiful writer. He's not only a football star, he's actually a lawyer who got his degree in Gaza. And he is an unbelievable writer. And I said, Muhammad, this story has to be told, the story of rising again, of speaking for Gaza when Gaza cannot speak for itself. So you gave us this opportunity. We've released this story on a chapter a week on Substack, and you can find us at the title Gaza Ronaldo, because he is the Ronaldo of Gaza. And as a result of the time you allowed us last week, we got 50 new subscribers. Now, that doesn't sound much in the social media world, but people subscribing to read a book, this is a huge number. This is like 5,000 in social media. So you blew up the account in a beautiful way. Muhammad couldn't join us. He was training that week and last week, and then today is the first day he can join us. So it was with great respect and great love that I introduce Muhammad, who will speak to you. He speaks very well in English, but his soul speaks in Arabic. So he will speak to you in Arabic.
أهلا أهلا محمد. I will be your translator, so تفضل. Everybody's excited to meet you. Muhammad?
Did we lose him?
No, he's there, but his camera and audios are off.
Well, while we wait for him, please subscribe. It means the world to us that you see the journey of a great Gazan and what it takes to have lived 7 months moving his family of 15, what it takes to retrain where I didn't think it was possible. And he not only does that, he is rejoining the Palestine national team. There are Gazans on the team. They're great footballers, but there is not a Gazan who has survived the war and made it back to the team. So he really becomes a voice for Gaza everywhere the team plays.
Anyway, do you have the link? I'll just drop it in the chat for everyone.
Yes, I will give it to you once once we find out.
Annie,
Yeah.
maybe text Muhammad if you have his phone, so he can. Remind him that he's on.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
No worries at all.
By the
Maybe
way, while we wait,
he needed to score a goal or something.
yeah. Part of the story, which is called Daring to Hope, Witness from Gaza, is of his father, who is at Nasser Children's Hospital, and how his father and others were forced to leave, walk south, leaving the babies, Nasser Children's Hospital, leaving the babies and the patients. So there's also a whole medical flow in Daring to Hope through his father and through my family, who have supported Al Ahli Arab Hospital for 30 years. So we sort of see the narrative through those two hospitals as well. I don't know what happened. Hopefully everything is
That's okay.
okay in Qatar. Maybe you want to jump to someone else?
Yeah, we can always get back to Muhammad. We know that there's time difference and communication can be challenging sometimes. But you're stick around with us, Annie, and we'll okay. And somebody shared the link here. I'm gonna share it with the chat so people have it.
Here's Muhammad.
الو
He's back.
أهلاً.
سوري كان عندي مشكلة في الداتا وعودت شحنتها يعني سوري بعذر جدا.
No worries. He just needed to get more data so that he can continue with us live.
سوري
تفضل
بعذر
محمد.
جدا.
يا أهلا وسهلا، شرفنا.
أهلا وسهلا فيكي. أنا تقريبا سمعت كل الكلام اللي حكته آن. فهمت جزء كبير منه. طبعا أنا راح أحكي القصة تاعتي من البداية. أول شيء حالفني الحظ يمكن إني أنا قدرت إني أتعرف على آن. ما بعرف ممكن يعني الإنسان يكون عامل في حياته شيء إيجابي أو شيء كويس والدنيا تكافئه إنه يتعرف على شخص هو كان بمثابة زي الوالدة يعني بالنسبة إلي. أجتني في وقت يعني ربنا أرسل لي إياه في وقت أنا كنت يعني بحاجة جدا لأنه شخص يوقف معي ويدعمني، لأني كنت بشوف نفسي إني مسؤول عن عائلة كاملة. فأنا أنا محتاج حدا زي ما بيقولوا يطبطب علي، لأنه العائلة أنا اللي كنت بحتضنها، أنا اللي كنت مسؤول عنها، أنا اللي كنت بطبطب عليهم. فكنت أنا بحاجة لأنه يجي شخص يدعمني ويوقف معايا. فالقدر سبحان الله أرسل لي إياها، وأرسل لي إياها في وقت أنا بجد يعني لو أنا قعدت أخطط وأسعى مش راح يجيني شخص بالإنسانية اللي كانت آن فيها يعني.
طيب
زي ما هي.
أترجم.
أوكي.
Okay. سبحان what Muhammad is saying, first of all, he was able to hear the introduction that Annie mentioned. He's talking about you know, his journey and how he considers himself to be very lucky to have met Annie, especially at the time when he met Annie, because you know they met at a time where he was really feeling vulnerable. He was used to being the support system for his family. He was used to being, you know, the father, the rock for his family. And then the time when he met Annie, he was feeling extremely vulnerable, and he was looking for a support system, and it couldn't have been a better timing. He's talking about, you know, it's almost like karma. Like he feels like he must have done something good in life to be rewarded by meeting somebody with the humanity and the grace of Annie. So he's just sharing that perspective, which is really, really beautiful to hear. Muhammad, تفضل.
أنا بدي أحكي القصة بداية يعني من شهر أكتوبر 23. بعدين لو ينفع نتطرق قبل هيك يعني بإيجاز، لكن حتكلم بالحياة ما بعد شهر أكتوبر 23. طبعا حالنا حال كل سكان قطاع غزة، وأكيد الدكتور الموجود معنا بالمحادثة يعني عاش الأجواء هذه. إحنا صحينا إنه لقينا في حدث مش اعتيادي، يعني مش حاجة كانت اعتيادية بالنسبة لسكان قطاع غزة إنه يكون الحدث بهذا الحجم وهذا الضخامة. مع مرور الوقت بعد ساعات كان في مفروض يعني فرح أحد أقاربي اللي هو كان ابن عمتي، كنا مخططين إنه أروح أنا ووالدي ووالدتي وأخويا، نروح يعني نبارك بالفرح كعادات وتقاليد أهل قطاع غزة. لكن طبعا بسبب الحدث اللي صار تم إلغاء الفرح. آه، وأنا والدي يعني أصر إني أنا أطلع من البيت تاعي اللي أنا كنت ساكن فيه. أنا كنت ساكن على شارع البحر، أو شارع الكورنيش زي ما بيسموه، في منطقة مكشوفة. يعني شارع البحر مكشوف في منطقة غير آمنة تعتبر في أي حدث أو أي حرب أو أي عدوان علينا يعني. فالوالد أصر علي وأجبرني إني أنا أطلع من البيت اللي أنا فيه أنا وزوجتي. طبعا أنا كنت متزوج بس 3 شهور، يعني أنا تزوجت 3 شهور قبل الأحداث اللي صارت. فتركت كل شيء على أساس إنه يوم يومين أسبوع بالكثير وأنا راح أرجع، يعني راح أرجع البيت. فتركت كل
خليني
شيء.
أترجم. خليني أترجم.
أوكي.
Okay.
أوكي.
Okay, so the story begins. He can talk a lot more about what happened before October 23, but he's going to start sharing with us, the story since the events of October. Of course, everybody in Gaza woke up to a very, very, very severe and significant disruption. This was not just a simple attack. Everybody knew that this was a very different kind of aggression on life, period. So the same day when the assault began, they were preparing to go to one of his cousin's weddings. And of course, the wedding was canceled. Muhammad says that he lives in a house that was on very close to the beach. It's called the Beach Road, شارع البحر اسمه.
شارع البحر أو شارع الرشيد أو شارع أو الكورنيش، كلهم نفس الأسماء
Yeah, so
يعني،
it's very
كلهم
close to the beach.
نفس الشيء.
His father asked him to leave the house because the house was very exposed. And he was newly married, newlywed, just 3 months. When they left the house, when they evacuated the house, they assumed it's going to be just a week or a couple of weeks, and they were all going to be able to return. تفضل.
تمام. فأنا كنت زي ما حكيت كنت أتوقع إنه أنا أرجع بعد يومين 3، لكن للأسف كان هذا بالنسبة لي بعد هيك هو النزوح الأول. يعني هذا كان بالنسبة لي أول نزوح من البيت بلا عودة يعني. جلست عند الوالد لمدة أسبوع. بعد هيك تم اختار جميع السكان في المنطقة بضرورة التوجه للجنوب، يعني بسبب انه المنطقة هذه حتصير منطقة اعمال قتالية والكلام هذا. فاضطرينا انا والعائلة كاملة، كنا حوالي مكونين من 15 شخص، اضطرينا انه نغادر بيت الوالد اللي احنا جالسين فيه الى الجنوب، وتحديدا لمدينة خان يونس يعني. فهذا كان إشي صعب ما عمره صار معنا. كان أول تجربة جماعية للعائلة كلها إنها تغادر البيت وتترك البيت.
كم
فبرضه هذا
حدا
كان
يعني
النزوح.
بالعيلة؟ قديش عدد
خمسة
الأفراد؟
15 تقريبا، 15 شخص.
مم.
وطبعا كان معنا بس سيارتين، ف 15 شخص في سيارتين يا دوب يعني تستوعبهم. طبعا انت ما بتقدر تاخذ معك الاغراض، لانه يعني اغراضك كلها، لانه انت زي ما بيقولوا على فجاءة اجى الامر الاخلاء يعني. فتركنا كل شيء وتوجهنا للجنوب لمدينه خان يونس تحديدا. يعني زي ما حكيت لك هذا كان بالنسبه لي النزوح الثاني. وكل نزوح انت قاعد بتخسر فيه، يعني بتخسر فيه كل شيء.
Okay, 1 second. دقيقة. So now he's going to tell us the story about the second displacement. So the first displacement was from his own house, close to the beach. They had to all go and stay with his father in his father's house. And I remember Muhammad mentioned his father's house is in Al-Shati refugee camp. Then they were given evacuation orders again, and they were ordered to leave and move south. So this was the second displacement. So they ended up 15 of their family members. They ended up having to squeeze in 2 cars because that's all they had. And they were not able to take anything, and they were all heading towards Khan Yunis. Of course, they were not giving any time, so they couldn't take anything. This was the second displacement for them.
طبعا كان زي ما حكيت لك أول تجربة عائلية كنا مع بعض نطلع. حاولنا نلاقي مكان لأنه مش مخططين لسه، فجلسنا في قبو أو في بدرم غير مجهز، يعني بس عبارة عن خرسانة، غير مجهز أبدا. كانت يعني تجربة أو ليلة صعبة جدا، لأنه أول شيء المكان جديد عليك، التجربة جديدة عليك، المكان غير مؤهل للحياة الآدمية. فوق كل هذا القصف والدمار والضرب وصوت الطائرات، طبعا إشي كان مرعب جدا. بيتنا أول ليلة في هذا القبو، وصباح اليوم الثاني يعني حاولنا أن نشوف مكان آمن. فكان في مكان احنا اضطرينا نرجع من الجنوب، يعني نرجع من الجنوب مدينة خان يونس للوسطى. كان في مكان عند بيت أهل زوج أختي كان موجود هناك. فكان هذا النزوح الثالث لنا. وطبعا زي ما حكيت لك كل نزوح فيه مخاطرة، كل نزوح فيه إنك بدك تترك وراك أغراضك الشخصية، أشيائك، متعلقاتك. فكان هذا النزوح الثالث، إنه إحنا توجهنا، انتقلنا من الجنوب من مدينة خان يونس تحديدا للوسطى، منطقة اسمها المغراقة يعني. تمام، ترجمي.
ترجم. Okay, so
Okay.
when they arrived in Khan Yunis, there was really nothing available for them. Like there was nothing available, so they had to stay in a something like a warehouse that was not even prepared, that was not fitted. There was nothing there, basically not appropriate for human living, and it was very terrifying because they could hear the airstrikes everywhere, and they just didn't have a choice. Eventually, they found a way to go from the south of Khan Yunis, from that warehouse, to mid Khan Yunis, and stayed with relatives of his wife. Now, the significant part about this, several displacements, is that every time you are displaced, you have to kind of like go through this ordeal, but also you're losing a lot because you're leaving things behind. You're typically moving fast to basically, run for your life, and you're not able to take any of your belongings. So every displacement comes with more loss, and so forth. So that's basically the feature of those multiple displacements. So when we talk about people in Gaza who've been displaced, for many, many times, you can only imagine what that means for them, and the loss they have to endure every time they've had to go through this. تفضل.
تمام. بعد النزوح هذا الثالث عند أهل زوج أختي، جلسنا تقريبا عندهم 3 أسابيع. خلال ال3 أسابيع تم قطع جميع شبكات التواصل، سواء الاتصال الخلوي أو اتصال الإنترنت. فصرنا معزولين تماما عن العالم. طبعا ما في أساسا، ما في كهرباء، مياه شحيحة. كنا نقطع مسافة كبيرة جدا لحتى نقدر نتحصل عليها. ما في أي وسيلة تواصل، يعني أنا حتى انقطعت أخباري عن أصدقائي، وانقطعت أخبار أصدقائي عني، لدرجة إني تفاجأت بعد ما رجع الاتصال بعد 20 يوم. تفاجأت بعض أصدقائي مستشهدين، ما كان عندي أي خبر. وبعض أصدقائي اعتقد إني أنا خلاص، يعني أنا مفقود، أنا وعائلتي. فصاروا يسألوا أصدقاء تانيين عني وشو صار معايا وأنا وين وليش ما في أي وسيلة تواصل معايا. فكانت فترة صعبة جدا، انقطاعك عن العالم كله، عن أقرب الناس إليك، عن أصدقائك اللي أنت كنت عايش معهم على طول كل يوم بيشوفوك. أنا أحد أصدقائي كان يعني مقرب جدا جدا، كان يعني أخ إلي. اتفاجأت بعد الفترة هاي كلها إنه استشهد. كانت زوجته حامل، زوجته كانت حامل وكان جالس جنب زوجته، فقصف البيت اللي جنبهم. وقعت عليه الحيطة هو أو عمود، فهو استشهد وزوجته جنبه. زوجته بعد أسبوعين من استشهاده وضعت مولودها الأول. فهي كانت برضه قصة بالنسبة لي صعبة جدا، لأن أنا عرفت بعد 20 يوم من استشهاده إنه هو استشهد، وعرفت الظروف اللي صارت معه وكيف استشهد وكيف زوجته كانت جنبه وبعد هيك يعني وضعت مولودها الأول. فكانت هذه بالنسبة لي من أصعب الفترات. يعني حتى خروجنا حتى خروجنا من البيت، من بيت زوج أختي، كان صعب جدا. كان تقريبا وقت الظهر، فجأة صار حاجة عندنا في غزة اسمها الأحزمة النارية. الأحزمة النارية هاي زي سياسة الأرض المحروقة، بيكون فيها قصف عشوائي بدون أي تمييز. كل شيء بيقصفوه، حجر، بشر، شجر، أي شيء. فإحنا لما طلعنا من البيت ما كناش عارفين وين نتوجه. اضطرينا نرجع تاني على الجنوب. طبعا رجعنا تاني على الجنوب تحت القصف وتحت الدمار والناس بتجري في الشوارع. الناس يعني انت عارفه احنا عندنا الفلسطينيين او الغزاويين محافظين، فصاروا الناس يهرولوا في الشوارع والسيدات يطلعوا بالشوارع من غير ما يحطوا مثلا على راسهم كعادات موجوده عندنا، كديننا هيك بأمورنا، فهماني؟ من هول الموقف اللي صار
خليني
يعني.
just دقيقة أترجم لأنه عندي أسئلة لك. Okay, so
اوكي.
after the third displacement، أول شيء ليش اضطريتوا تطلعوا من البيت؟ لأنه أعطوكم أوامر إخلاء كمان مرة؟
من البيت اي مره؟
بعد بيت قريبة قرايب مرتك.
لا، اضطرينا نطلع لانه صار احزمه
Okay,
ناريه.
so then
يعني هم ما
okay.
امرونا انه نطلع. صار احزمه ناريه وقصف، فانت غصب عنك حتطلع، مش احنا لحالنا، كل المنطقه.
وين هاي المنطقة يا محمد؟ وين هذا
المغراقه
اللي قريب على وين المغراقة؟
في
وسطها.
الوسطى، في الوسطى اللي
بالوسط.
جنب النصيرات. جنب النصيرات، اللي هي بين النصيرات او بتقدر تقول مثلا شرق الزهراء. لو مدينه الزهراء، شرق مدينه الزهراء.
Okay. أترجم. Okay, so
اوكي.
after about like 3 weeks of staying in this house, obviously there was a total blackout. So he was cut off. They were cut off from the entire world for the 3 weeks. They had no electricity, no internet, no way to communicate, no running water, nothing. And it was very shocking coming out of that blackout, only to find out that some of his close friends, some of his dear friends and family members were actually martyred. One of the stories that he shared was, his closest friend who was sitting next to his pregnant wife, and there was an airstrike. The house collapsed on him, so the wall actually collapsed on his friend. He was killed immediately next to his pregnant wife. His pregnant wife had the baby 2 months after. They were then ordered to evacuate yet another time. And he describes this scenario where there was this policy of random shooting. They call it in Arabic Hizam al-Nar, which really translates to fire bans or fire bans. So basically what that means is they would shoot and attack randomly. They would shoot anything, whether it's like something that moves, alive or not alive, trees, humans, anything, and they would just start shooting randomly. So they had to flee yet another time to another location, and they were ordered to head south. تفضل يا محمد.
الله يزيد فضلك. طبعا في الفتره هاي اللي احنا كنا جالسين فيها عند زوج اختي، اجى يعني احنا كنا 15 شخص، فاجى معنا او التحق فينا عمي. كانت عائلته او اسرته مكونه من 7 اشخاص. فلما التحق عنا على الوسطى معانا مع 15 صرنا 22 شخص يعني. فلما اضطرينا احنا نطلع من الوسطى، لما صار الالتزام الناري اضطرينا نروح على الجنوب خان يونس، على نفس المكان اللي رحنا فيه القبو، لانه ما كنا بنعرف لسه مكان ثاني، وانت ما فيش معاك يعني مساحه التفكير انه وين بدي اروح. اضطرينا برضه نروح على القبو اللي احنا كنا موجودين فيه اول مره. زي ما حكيت لك، لا يصلح لاي حياه ادميه، ما في اي مقومات، لكن هو بيستر يعني فقط. فجلسنا فيه برضه ليله. اتصل في احد اصدقائي في مدينه خان يونس، عرف يعني انه، او حدا اخبره انه انا شافني انه انا في خان يونس يعني جاي انا وعائلتي. فاتصل فيا قال لي شو اللي صاير معك، شو اللي كذا. حكيت له كل شيء صار معايا. حكيت له انه انا جلست في خان يونس في الوسطى 20 يوم وما كانش عندي اتصال. فحكى لي طيب تعال عندي على البيت، انا عندي بيت، بيته هو الشخصي يعني. ترك البيت الشخصي إلي انا وعائلتي، اداني المفتاح. ثاني يوم اداني المفتاح، قال هاي المفتاح، هاي البيت. كان البيت عبارة عن 3 غرف ودورتين مية أو حمامين وصالة كبيرة وزي ساحة فناء في المنزل يعني. فكان بالنسبة لنا يعتبر كنز هذا يعني، احنا لقينا
وين راح
كنز.
طيب هو؟
كيف؟
وين راح هو؟ كان عنده عيلته
هو راح
كمان؟
مع عائلته. لا 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 لا، هو كان مش متزوج، هو صديقي
اه
مش متزوج لحاله بروحه يعني. هو
اه
راح عند أهله، عند عائلته، وترك لي البيت كامل.
اوكي. اترجم.
فكان بالنسبة لنا اوكي، بس هذا كان بالنسبة لنا كنز يعني، انه انت تلاقي البيت هذا بعد ما كنت في قبو لا يصلح للحياة.
Mm. So when they were ordered to head south, so they ended up moving south. But then what happened was the family of 15 was joined by their uncle's family of 7. So that's 22 people, all moving south. And they ended up staying in the same warehouse where they stayed the first time. So that's the south of Khan Yunis. And again, just to remind everyone that a warehouse has absolutely nothing. It's just like just this construction, this physical structure that has a ceiling, and that's it. And so that's 22 people staying there. While they were staying there, somehow a friend of his, he found out that he was in Khan Yunis, in the south of Khan Yunis, and called him and contacted him and asked him what happened. And then Muhammad described the story. His friend told him and offered him their house. So he had a house of 3 bedrooms, like 1 or 2 bathrooms, just like a living room, and offered the house to Muhammad and 21 of his family members. So his friend moved out of his own house, gave him the keys, and stayed with his parents. And this is just like basically just to give you an idea of what people had to do to support each other in this horrible genocide. تفضل.
آه وبعد ما جلسنا طبعا صار أحداث كثيرة. مرت فترات صعبة علينا. انقطعت المية. طبعا الكل كان بيتبع الأخبار وبيعرف إنه كيف صار الشح في الطعام، شح في البضائع في الأسواق. لدرجة إنه الناس كلها صارت يعني تبحث عن الحطب أو الخشب لإشعال النار للطبخ وتجهيز الطعام. وطبعا ما كانش في غاز طهي بيدخل. وكان برضو كثير أيام تمر الاتصال يتم قطعه عمدا طبعا. هاي الأشياء طبعا كانت كلها معروفة والناس كلها بتتابعها. والعالم كله مطلع عليها. مرت تقريبا فترة شهرين واحنا في بيت صديقي في خان يونس، لحد في ليلة من الليالي تفاجأنا زي كل الناس في مدينة خان يونس انه تم اجتياح خان يونس بري. يعني تم دخول مدينة خان يونس بريا. احنا تقريبا الساعة 10 مساء. كان الوقت متأخر، يعتبر 10 في التوقيت الشتوي يعتبر وقت متأخر، وفي ظل الحرب وفي ظل انقطاع الكهرباء على الدوام. الساعة 10 تقريبا بدأنا نسمع صوت طيران بشكل مش طبيعي، بشكل مخيف. بدينا نسمع طائرات الدرون أو الكواد كابتر قريبة جدا من نوافذ المنازل. بدأنا نسمع الدبابات اللي هي الآليات المتحركة سواء دبابات أو الجرافات، صوتها بيقرب كتير كتير منا. اشتد القصف واشتد صوت الطائرات والدبابات. ما نمنا الليلة هذه أبدا، يعني أبدا. الساعة 7 الصبح صدر صوت من أحد الجيران، يعني أحد جيراننا كان بيزعق علينا إحنا إنه ما فيش حد في الحارة أو ما فيش حد في المنطقة اللي بتاعتنا غيركم، يعني كل الناس طلعت وأخلت، فيش إلا أنتم موجودين، فاطلعوا من البيت وتعالوا على المدرسة. كان في مدرسة تابعة لوكالة الغوث للأونروا، الناس في المنطقة كلها توجهت إلها. فإحنا صرنا تركنا كل شيء طبعا، صرنا واحد واحد نطلع من البيت. سلكنا الطريق، كانت شوارع أو زي الأزقة يعني الضيقة. سلكنا الطريق واحد واحد لحد ما كل البيت أو أهل أو الناس الموجودين في البيت معنا، يعني العائلة كلها توجهت للمدرسة. طبعا تركت أنا.
محمد، خليني أترجم وبس بدي أسألك عشان يعني بجوز ما يكون معنا وقت لكل التفاصيل، بس بدي أعرف يعني عنا أسئلة
آه
كم مرة
خلاص
نزحت
أنت.
وبعدين
أوكي.
يعني نوصل
أوكي
على
أوكي
على
أوكي.
مرحلة إنك كيف طلعت وهيك.
أنت
Um,
اسأليني الأسئلة كلها وأنا حجاوبك عليها.
okay, okay. So I guess what he's saying is that they stayed in this house of his friend for about 2 months. Obviously, during this time, there was several blackouts, running water not there, fuel issues, food issues. People were using wood already to cook. There was also the grand invasion, and obviously the drones, the quad costs. All of these things were happening as they were staying there. And I was asking Muhammad to kind of walk us through how many times in total him and his family were displaced, and then we can talk about his journey outside of Gaza, what happened. نضال عندك أسئلة؟ نضال you're muted. You're good? Okay. تفضل. So كم مرة نزحتوا انت وعيلتك وهيك؟
طيب انا نزحت اول لوحدي، انا وزوجتي نزحنا 6 مرات لحد ما انا سافرت. 6 مرات نزحنا. بعدك انا لما سافرت اهلي نزحوا تقريبا مرتين او ثلاثه بعديه، بعد ما انا سافرت يعني. هم نزحوا مرتين او ثلاثه زياده، فانا نزحت 6 مرات. عائلتي تقريبا نزحت 8 مرات.
وانت عندك ولد وما شفته صح؟
صحيح صحيح. انا سافرت، كان المفروض زوجتي تسافر بعديه باسبوعين تقريبا، لكن بعد ما انا سافرت بحوالي اسبوع تم احتلال معبر رفح، تم اغلاق المعبر لحد يومنا هذا. حركه المسافرين الطبيعيه مش موجوده. فزوجتي وضعت المولود اللي هو ابننا حمزه بعد 4 شهور من سفري، فانا ما شفته لحد اللحظه هاي.
So I was asking him about how many times in total did they have to, obviously to be displaced. So him and his family, they were displaced for 6 times. Then he was evacuated. انت لما تركت غزة كنت متصاب ولا يعني لما تركت غزة
لا لا
كان
لا
عادي؟
لا لا، انت تركت غزه، سافرت سفر عادي اللي هو
اوكي.
بتسجل عن طريق زي مؤسسة أو جهة معينة.
اوكي.
بتسجل، بتدفع مبلغ من المال وبتسافر. بينزل اسمك في كشف بعد شهر، بعد شهر ونص، بعد 40 يوم. بعد ما ينزل اسمك بتسافر.
Okay. So he ended up evacuating after 6 months of being displaced. His wife was supposed to join him 2 weeks after. And then before she was able to do that, who was actually also pregnant, they closed off Rafah completely. So nobody was able to evacuate. She ended up having the baby, their only boy, Hamza, 4 months after he was evacuated.
So محمد ده غلبك. what time was this؟ امتى التاريخ انت طلعت من غزة؟
أنا 30/4.
اي سنة؟
30/4 24، هي قبل ما يقفل المعبر
So
بأسبوع.
محمد was able to evacuate April 30th 2024. Your family, your wife is still in Gaza or they were able to leave too?
نو نو نو، لحتى الآن في غزة.
Okay.
مع
So
عائلتي مع
we need
والدي.
we need a whole discussion now on how things happened since then outside, your experience outside, and how's your family still there. If you don't mind, inshallah, next week we're gonna have, because that will need a whole new discussion, the reflection on the situation after you left, and how's your family doing there. Enta, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling okay?
اكيد لا، يعني الواحد اوكي ممكن ظاهره يبين انه هو خلاص
Yeah.
يعني عايش، لكن من داخله لا. يعني انت تخيل انا ابني بلغ اكثر من سنه ونص انا ما شفته. طب
Wow.
متخيل يعني
So
هذا ابني الاول
his
يعني.
son, he's now a year and a half. He never met his son. Are they safe? Are they okay at least? I don't want to
حاليا
say.
لا، حاليا الوضع في قطاع غزه بشكل عام الحمد لله يعني امن مقارنه بايام الحرب. امن جدا يعتبر. توفرت البضائع في الاسواق. قيمه البضائع صارت يعني في المتناول نوعا ما. بحكم اني انا موجود برا واني انا بشتغل برا، هذا الاشي بيساعد كثير اني انا ابعت يعني زي المصروف لعائلتي، انهم يدبروا امورهم، انهم شو بيلزمهم، شو بيحتاجوا انهم يوفروه يعني. لكن انا كشعوري اكيد مش مستقر، لان انت بتعرف في اي لحظه ممكن لا سمح الله الحرب ترجع. وغير هيك في استهدافات يعني بتصير يوميه، اوكي بشكل متقطع، مش منتظم زي ايام الحرب، لكن برضه بضل الخلق موجود، لانه باي لحظه ممكن تتغير الحياه في غزه.
So he's very worried about his family who are still in the inside, about his wife, his son, the rest of the people in Gaza. They still don't trust the ceasefire. Anything can happen anytime. He managed to do a little bit okay outside, working here and there, some part-time, able to support his family. But again, it's never easy. And honestly, next week, inshallah, we're gonna have Muhammad to give us his story after he left Gaza. What has he been doing since then, and his success with the soccer, adventure. So, Muhammad, thank you, Muhammad. We're really proud to hear from you, from your story. We know that it's not easy, and it is a daily struggle. And inshallah, we want you and Annie to be regular, regular participants here and keep us, here updated. Give us the updates about, um, everything that's happening there. Your reflections. That would be great. Annie, do you want to add anything? I know
دكتور عبد
you're
الوهاب
initially
كمان
now.
عنده رافع ايده I think.
Who? Yeah,
دكتور
Abdul
عبد
Wahab. Yeah,
الوهاب.
yeah. Annie, do you want to add anything, or where's Abdul
Just
Wahab?
briefly, if you read the book, when you see the movement of people and his family and everybody around them, it is something that, unless you're a doctor and you're there, it's hard to grasp. This is a beautifully told story. It's not gory, I just want people to know, but it changes you profoundly to experience this with his family. And of course, there's the second half of the book, and we leave it to you to read to see what happens when he leaves. And it is arguably the greatest comeback story in modern sports. And every Palestinian should be proud of the Palestine national team who represent us beautifully everywhere they go, and Muhammad's incredible journey and comeback, and that he opened himself up so much to write this book and share a lot of vulnerability from a man who is very, very strong with everybody, so that he could speak for Gaza when Gaza was not able to speak for itself. So thank you.
Yes, we want to hear everything about that story, inshallah, next week or the week after. So maybe this will make it even more exciting for people. We want them to wait. You cannot hear the whole thing in one time. So be on the lookout.
So read the
Muhammad,
book, you know.
and read the book, exactly.
Yeah,
Maybe
you have to
go
read the
read
book
the
and
book.
subscribe.
Abdul Wahab, do you have any questions for Muhammad, or you want to start your talk too?
No, I don't have any question.
Okay, so thank you, Muhammad. We're proud of you. May God protect
شكرا.
you and protect your family, protect all the people in Gaza and Palestine, in Lebanon and Iran, everyone in the world except the countries that are committing this genocide. Thank you, Annie, for the great work. We want to go to the trio now, the trouble trio, Dr. Abdul Wahab, Dr. Azzuddin, Dr. Muhammad Kuzais. So Dr. Abdul Wahab is a general surgeon at the Shifa Hospital. We've been working with him and we're doing surgeries for people who are on long waiting lists and they cannot wait, and waiting for them is like a death sentence because they have cancers, and waiting a year or 6 months or 2 years on doing a cancer surgery. This is in medicine, as we all know, the death sentence. So we are grateful for Abdul Wahab and his team for helping us. Again, we're doing about, maybe 5 cases of 5 surgeries a week. It's not a lot because we know there are thousands of people on the waiting list, but any person or patient or human being we can save is an achievement. And we have Dr. Azzuddin. He's running the Rahma Clinic, his personal initiative. He started this clinic on his own to help his community, and he's been doing a great job for the last year and a half, doing all the work on his own. And we are happy to partner with him and help him at least provide some medications for his patients, for his clinic. And we have Dr. Muhammad Kuzais, who is the DAG Colorado team leader. He's been in Gaza on multiple missions. The last one was like a month ago. And he met with Izzuddin Abdul Wahab in person. He knows their work firsthand. So who wants to start first? Who has more time? I'll leave it up to you to decide.
مين
I'm,
Jeff
I'm the first.
عبد الوهاب جو اوكي
Abdul Wahab الأول. يلا, surgeons are always first because
Yeah.
they're scary. Surgeons are scary. Okay, just 1 second, please, before you go. Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra here has a question. Dr. Ahmed, are you there? Dr.
Yes.
Ahmed?
السلام عليكم.
يا هلا يا هلا.
يا
So
هلا
despite the fact that
كيفك يا أستاذنا؟
you are a pediatrician, not a surgeon, but we're still
لا
scared from you more than anyone else.
نو
Yes?
ما بيأسئلك
وينه هذا تبع كولورادو؟ وينه هذا اللي راح كولورادو؟ وينه؟
كيفك يا
حبيب
أستاذ؟
قلبي،
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام يا هلا.
بدنا نجوزه.
إن شاء الله الله يسمع منا.
اسمعوا. Actually, there is even a change in the plan. إذا بتسمحون, Dr. Lara Sheikh just joined us, and she is very tight on time, and we really need to hear from her and about the unfolding situation in Lebanon. We know that today 12 more paramedics were murdered in Lebanon. Yesterday, 3 journalists. This criminal country, this illegal entity called Israel, is literally breaking every law, every international law, every basic human decency. This is a country, not a country, this is a regime. This is a cancer built on criminality, built on death, built on destruction. The only thing that the world got out of this disgraceful entity and regime since it has been established 100 years ago is death, mayhem, and destruction for the whole region. I really think the world will do better without this entity because nothing came out of it. Even when they say innovation, startups, even their innovations are lethal. It's all about surveillance. It's all about it's all about greed. It's all about money. It's all about weapons. It's all about drones. Nothing good comes out of those people. And we cannot wait for the day that it does not exist anyway, because I think that will bring peace to the region and to the whole world. Dr. Lara Sheikh, ahla wa sahla. Thank you for joining us. I know you don't have too much time, so go ahead. I'm not going to take more of your time. تفضلي.
هلا فيكم، يعطيكم ألف عافية الجميع. شكرا كتير. Hi everybody. No, thank you. Exactly. I gotta show off my comradeship with you folks.
So, Dr. Lara is the best representative of DAG and the best representative of Lebanon and of humanity too. تفضلي يا لارا.
شكرا على راسي وعيني. Now, I will do my best to represent our people across the board, and just want to thank you all again for doing the work that you do and allowing me to come here and uplift the voices from the ground in Lebanon. I just want to start also by saying one of the things that we are hearing from the ground in Lebanon are the ways in which NGOs are sort of exploiting the situation, particularly German NGOs. And this might not come as a surprise, with Germany being sort of the OG genocidaire state that supports every genocide, every major genocide, whether that's against the Namibian people or against Jewish folks, and now against Palestine and the ethnic cleansing in Lebanon. But that they are using this opportunity to collect information about forcibly displaced people. And again, this is not new. We've seen this, whether it's Doctors Without Borders or any one of these things. So I'm saying that up front because the folks here are the people I hope you will support. Doctors Against Genocide doing the work, being ethical in their support of people on the ground in efforts to relieve suffering that's being imposed on our region by the ethno-nationalist Zionist genocidal state. And so if you want to give your money anywhere, this is where it is, because these are the folks that don't unethically sort of give information about the people on the ground, about forcibly displaced refugees. So I want to start there because I think sometimes we think about these NGOs, particularly those who are engaged in healthcare, as safeguarding people on the ground. But if they work with genocidal states, they are an arm of those states. And I think that's what we are seeing also in Lebanon. And certainly we saw that in Palestine. But just to pick up on what Dr. Nidal was saying is that just yesterday, the Zionist state committed a massacre, murdering 5 paramedics in the south. I'd like to speak their name: Adel Atif Qattouh, Hussein Ali Darwish, Hassan Musa Nuruddin, Ali Hassan Jaha, and Ibrahim Zahir Abu Zaid. This brings up the number of paramedics that have been murdered to 48 since yesterday. I think today it's even more, and have injured 123 others. And one of the things that I talked about last week when I was here are the ways in which, like we learned from Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitta about the biosphere of genocide, and the ways in which medical health professionals and those who are doing the work and certainly living in danger themselves to be able to provide the life-saving work that's necessary, is that once you target paramedics or first responders, certainly doctors, nurses, it is a force multiplier to make sure that other people die. The second you eliminate the people who are able to save lives, you are ensuring that other people die. So I want to be clear that none of this, I think we're at a point now where none of us think that this is accidental. These are targeted attacks, but it's really important for us also to think about the machinery of violence and the sort of ripple effect that this has, whether it's journalists like we're seeing, and certainly that we saw in Gaza, and also paramedics and healthcare workers, that these are the ways that violence, the machinery of violence, can work, and then also have the ripple effects do the rest of the work as well. So 18 medical and emergency centers have been hit since the beginning of March in this latest aggression by the Zionist state in Lebanon, 44 ambulances, and they forced 5 hospitals to close down entirely. We know also that forcibly displaced people were past 20% of the population of Lebanon has been forcibly displaced. That is ethnic cleansing. We are past the point where this is even a question, and we shouldn't be surprised. I think one of the things that I appreciate about this webinar is that there is a constant return back to the structure of what causes this violence, and that structure is settler colonialism. That structure is Zionism. That structure is imperialism that supports this aggression with impunity. And the point of that is expansionism. And so if you're thinking about the ways in which they are attempting a land grab in the south, it is not enough just to ethnically cleanse people. The point is to grab land and be able to continue in their, greater Israel project. The violence and the sort of murders that are committed is in the name of that. And I think we need to be sort of very clear and consistently understand that if the structure is dismantled, that is the best way that we can be sure that the violence doesn't continue. Yesterday, an Israeli airstrike targeted a civil defense ambulance in Kfar Tabnit. Again, these are specific targeting events. And sometimes it's a double strike, meaning they will strike or double tap, what they call. They will strike a place. They know that medics will come and respond, and then they strike the medics again. This is something we saw in Gaza over and over again. Something we shouldn't be surprised by in terms of how they function and what are the ways in which they get the highest kill number. And I'm saying it like that because it is a machine of death, and it is a machine of violence, and it is a machine of destruction. And so if you strike a place and you know that people are committed to humanitarian aid, you do that on purpose to bring in medics and then have the target available for you. And that is precisely what we are seeing. One of the things, I'm currently supervising a clinician who works in the South. And one of the things that she has shared with me is that there's overwhelmingly also burn victims that they are seeing. This is, again, something we've seen in Gaza, whether it's by use of chemical warfare or the ways in which they target certain places, and then people sort of flood the hospital scene and they're seeing burns that they have not seen before. And so I think this is what we have in front of us. Certainly the work that Dr. Hussam Abu Safiyeh is also doing is part of this response effort in Lebanon. But one of the things also to think about are there was massive flooding and rain in Lebanon. We are moving into the summer months. This is something that in our region we need to think about. Certainly Beirut, with the heat and the exposure. These are the things that we are thinking about as a setup for crowding diseases. Of course, the multiply displaced people are sheltering only in 6 shelters. So again, we're thinking about a larger biosphere, like Dr. Ghassan says, that is being created in real time to make sure that people are sort of feeling the worst of it. What I want to end with is my little piece here, and then I'm so happy to be able to stay until the hour with my comrades, is that alongside the suffering and the intended violence is fierce resistance, not just from the warriors on the ground who are resisting and protecting their homeland, as is their right to do so, refusing to leave the South, refusing to leave people behind, but also people on the ground who are organizing mutual aid, who understand that mental health and physical health are a central piece of this. And what we see is an undying solidarity with Palestine. People in Lebanon have not forgotten Palestine. We understand that our struggles are one and the same. We understand that the forces we're up against are one and the same. And that's, I think, what's uplifting people. You hear this every single day from the videos we see, from the testimonies that people are saying, is that their dedication is to the liberation of our region entirely. And that liberation runs through Quds, through Jerusalem. And I think everybody in Lebanon understands that no matter what propaganda you are hearing, the majority of people on the ground in Lebanon understand that our liberation is linked up with the liberation of Palestine, and we have a solidarity with our siblings across the board. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Lara. Thank you so much for the courageous and your words of, wow, they just resonate so much. Like you can see the reaction from the audience. You've just giving us a load of hope. So thank you. And I am in full solidarity with the Lebanese people, Taban, and all of us here. So thank you so much.
Lara, how
We
did you
feel
become
it.
how did you become such a good speaker? You have to teach us, please.
You gotta ask my
Wallah.
dad. هذا بيي. هذا
بيي؟
بيي من بيي.
Like daughter? Yeah. Well,
But it's also our commitment. It's our people, خيي. It's our
the heart.
people.
Yeah,
It's
it's
our
coming from
people.
the heart. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, thank you for sharing the truth about what's happening in Lebanon, truth of our people in the region, all of them, and not to forget that whatever Lara described about what's happening in Lebanon, it's happening at even a much larger scale in Iran, and the people of Iran were never a threat to anyone. They are being invaded. Their infrastructure, their hospitals, their schools, their livelihood is being destroyed by the axis of evil of the United States and Israel that do not have the right to exist in our region. The people of Iran are the native people of that land for more than 5,000 years. It is not up to psychopath Trump or Netanyahu to decide if they have the right to exist or they need to be invaded. And I really hope that more and more people in the world woke up to the threat that Israel and the United States are posing to the whole world and putting all of us at risk at the brink of nuclear weapons, nuclear destruction, non-ending wars, wars meant only to destroy life, to destroy everything beautiful in this world, to destroy love, wars only intended to make money. I think we discussed this with Karama yesterday. There are people in the United States who are enjoying this every day. It's making so much money for them, for those war, war mongers and the war manufacturing and weapon manufacturing. For them, this is like the best time in history. They have so much money. They made so much money from the war in Ukraine, the war on Palestine, the war in Lebanon, and believe it or not, once they're done with Iran and Lebanon, they will start another war somewhere else because it's just a huge money maker for them. And who's paying for this? All of us, the people of Palestine. They're paying for their blood with their children, with their mothers, with their fathers, with their wives, with their schools, the people of Lebanon, the people of Iran, the people everywhere, and the American people here. We are the ones who are paying for this with our taxes, while our, Medicare being cut off, basic service cut off, infrastructure here crumbling. We are paying money for those psychopaths, the ruling class, to make trillions, trillions. Imagine a psychopath has trillions. These are ISIS on steroids. All of them. These are ISIS on steroids. These are ISIS with nuclear weapons. Anyone who is disgusted with ISIS, imagine ISIS having nuclear weapons. That is exactly Israel. That is exactly the United States. So we really need to all keep pushing, keep mobilizing, make sure that these people are impeached, are held accountable, because they are taking all of us, the whole world, they are hijacking all of us and making the life of every one of us unsafe. Maisa, Dr. Abdul Wahab, تفضل Maisa.
I just want to add to this. Like, I mean, I know that the US obviously is a big driver of this evil, but I also want to remind people that there's a cascading effect, because in Canada, for example, like it's very much influenced by what that the US is doing. So, for example, Canada has just they're so proudly reached the 2% NATO requirement for military spending, which means that Canada's economy is based on a military infrastructure as well. They just voted down the no loopholes law that was being introduced, almost like the majority voted it down, which means that Canada continues to send weapons that end up killing people in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Iran, and you name it. So this is really something that should be confronted in every jurisdiction. The US, of course, drives a lot of this, but I just want to remind people in Canada and the UK, everywhere else, that we are all impacted by this and we're all paying for this. And we need to confront it and fight it at every opportunity that we can.
So trillions of dollars are being used to slaughter children and people. That imagine how much we can do with these sums of money for the world. We can end poverty all over the world. We can end homelessness. We can have universal health care for everyone. All these billions that are going to slaughter people. Imagine yourself working day in, day out, paying taxes to kill other people's children. This is unconscionable. This is unimaginable. We are ruled by crazy people, please, everyone, we need to wake up. We need to put an end to this. We need to hold them accountable any way we can at the voting booths. They need to be impeached. And even someone like this crazy Trump who came with the promise of no wars, we cannot trust these politicians at all. You cannot trust them. And please mobilize. Yesterday, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the AUB, with the American University of Beirut. DAG will be supporting AUB to take care of the displaced, the tens of thousands, and now actually at 1.2 million people in Lebanon being displaced, illegally displaced from their native land that they've been living in it for millennia, just to make more money for Musk, for people like him, for Netanyahu, for the Zionist ruling class, for the Epstein class. So please support us to give at least the minimum, amount to make their existence a little bit dignified, at least to get some access to healthcare. We're also trying to partner with few NGOs in Lebanon to provide food and shelter for the people there. And honestly, the thing I never thought about is how to help the people in Iran. Iran has been under sanctions for almost half a century now, and you don't even, I mean, there's even no access. They dehumanized that nation that has 5,000-year history, to the point that no one even dares to think about giving them, some aid, because there is no connection there. Everything is sanctioned, and if anyone who dares to help the people in Iran who are suffering from our bombs, will be accused of terrorism or stuff like that. Although we all know who are the real terrorists. The real terrorists are in the White House. They are in Tel Aviv. Not the regular average citizen who's living in Iran. They did not commit any crime. They're just living in their homes, or in Lebanon, or in Palestine. So please help us. Please mobilize. Tfaddali.
Can I just add that I'm so glad that Canada was brought up, because I think under the shadow of US imperialism, sometimes Canada gets a pass. But I think just to bring it back to the structures, that Canada is a settler colony, as is the United States, as is the Zionist entity, as is the country now known as Australia, as is the country now known as New Zealand. There is a portable logic that we can see about these so-called countries that were founded on the genocide of peoples. It's not a surprise that they are hand in hand with their little brother and base now in our region, right? So I think, again, to bring it back to what is the commonality here, it's a state project that is based on annihilation and extermination of indigenous peoples. And you will continue that, and they will continue that, because they are ensuring the longevity of that settler colonial project. This is why the way we think about Iran is really important for our region, because the way it's sold is based on a psychic inversion that would have people believe that Iran is the intruder in our region. Iran is not the intruder in our region. Iran belongs in the so-called Middle East. It's the settler colony that's the intruder in our region. And that settler colony was set up by other settler colonies, right, to be their beachhead in the space. So I think returning to these truths is really important for us as a centerpiece of the work we do in the psychology or medical disciplines in general, because all of these psychic inversions actually help to support genocidal warfare and fundamentally the breaking down of health and well-being and the support of psychic suffering. Genocidal states make people suffer. That's the bottom line. The most simple state is a genocidal state, make people suffer, whether that's through annihilation, lack of access to care, a continuation of genocide, whether quick or slow, over time. So I think that's when we come back to it, and that's why I think it's so important to continuously keep the settler colony of Canada at the top of our minds. This arms race is a continuation of the beginning sin, so to speak, of genocide.
Yeah, that's true. And to prove this, for anyone who still has any doubts, we're going to have Dr. Ahmed now speak about starvation of children. He has a child, just an example. He's there with him in the hospital. The mother of the child is there. We're going to share the story of this child And sorry for Muhammad and Izzuddin Abdul Wahab. We are always try to be flexible to accommodate because
It's okay. It's okay.
we want to hear from that mother, of that child. Again, another heartbreaking story. These are real life stories. This is not propaganda. Pro-Israel lobby. This is not propaganda. These are real lives. These are real people, real children. See what is this entity that you have been supporting for 100 years is doing to humanity, to children. Dr. Ahmed, تفضل. أهلا وسهلا فيك.
السلام
Dr.
عليكم
Ahmed,
ورحمة
you
الله.
know how to speak English ولا بدك translation? عليكم السلام.
We will try to help her. She's here beside me with a journalist also. I asked the journalist if she can translate. We will support her. وكرامة وميسة إن شاء الله will help us إن شاء الله. First,
Tell us,
my friend.
what do you have? What do you have? Go ahead.
Okay. My friend, today, inshallah, we will receive the neonates who were evacuated to Egypt. We are standby here in the hospital because we want to examine them, and inshallah, they will be delivered for their family. There will be a lot of tears, a lot of emotion, a lot of things. Al Jazeera is calling, Al Arabiya is calling, CNN is calling. They will be there, inshallah, after 2 hours. We will be with you, inshallah. I try to connect you to the situation minute by minute. My colleagues here, the child Yasser Abdel Majid Muhammad Arafat. Dr. Muhammad from Colorado know him very well, and the mother told me, please, my best wishes for Dr. Muhammad. She remembered him well. بسلم عليكي. I'll try to talk in brief about the situation of Yasser. Yasser is 6 years old. He has to be 20 kilogram, but his weight, unfortunately, nowadays is just 11 kilogram or sometimes 10 kilogram. So he lost nearly 50% of his actual weight. Also, his brother lost in Shuhada al-Aqsa hospital by severe malnutrition. متى توفى أخوه؟ Since 4 months ago, he lost his brother in Shuhada al-Aqsa hospital. Unfortunately, last week they lost their father also by severe malnutrition. في أي مستشفى؟ in Nasser hospital.
So
this is the big trouble.
This is Yasser before the starvation, yes?
Yes, this is Yasser before starvation, and this is his photos now in the hospital. He's here in the hospital, but he's aggressive. I think he will not stay and accept to be in this webinar. So his mother now, she will talk in Arabic. Please, Nidal, Dr. Nidal, help her in translation.
So he's agitated. He's agitated, or
Yes,
what's happening?
he's agitated. You know, all the cases of severe acute malnutrition, always they have agitation, they have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, they have sometimes autism, they have a lot of personality changes, even their behavior will be aggressive. He's in the hospital.
Is there a name? Is there a name for the encephalopathy that's associated with malnutrition? I'm not a pediatrician, so I'm not. Does anyone know any of this?
He's in the hospital since 4 months ago. You can imagine that a child like that in the hospital since 4 months, he will be aggressive even without affection of malnutrition on the brain function. I let the mother to talk. انت تتكلم باللغة العربية وهم حيترجموا.
مرحبا يا أختي، كيف حالك؟
احكي قصتك من البداية قبل الكرسي.
مرحبا.
أهلين.
كيف حالك؟
الحمد لله تمام.
ممكن تعرفين عن حالك لو سمحتي ولا؟
أنا إيمان محمود أبو جامع.
إيمان محمود أبو جامع، تفضلي إيمان.
أنا أم الطفل ياسر عبد المجيد عرفات. يا ابني بيعاني من سوء تغذية، إلي لقيته 4 شهور بايته في المستشفى، وابني ما استفادش بأي علاج، وقبل 5 شهور خسرت ابني الكبير، وإلي 6 أيام فقدت برضو جوزي نفس الإشي سوء تغذية، هم الاثنين خسرتهم بنفس الإشي سوء تغذية، وياسر نفس المرض معاه سوء تغذية برضو.
So Iman is the mother of Yasser. He's been in the hospital for about 4 months, suffering from malnutrition, and he's not responding to any treatment for the last 4 months. Unfortunately, she lost her older son 4 months ago, also because of malnutrition, and she lost her husband a couple of weeks ago because of malnutrition too. تفضلي إيمان.
أنا ابني كان طبيعي قبل الحرب، هم الثلاثة جوزي وولادي الاثنين كانوا فيش فيهم أي حاجة، بسبب المجاعة خسرت ابني الكبير وخسرت جوزي قبل 6 أيام، وياسر أنا خايفة إنه أخسر ابني الثاني برضه ياسر هذا نفس الإشي، خايفة أخسره نفسهم، يعني أي فيش علاج بيستجيب معاه ولا أي إشي، وكل ما حالته بتسوء أكتر، يعني تقريبا إلى 4 شهور ما روحتش حتى على خيمتي، يعني إني أشوف ابني الصغير. فأنا حابة أن تستعجلوا يعني في تحويلة ابني، يعني بتمنى من الله يفتح المعبر يستعجل في تحويلة ابني قبل ما أخسره.
So Iman is very worried that she's going to lose her son Yasser, because she already lost her husband and her other son to starvation and malnutrition. She's been in the hospital with her son for 4 months. She's not even get a chance to go to her tent, not to her home, to her tent to check on her younger son there. تفضلي.
أنا بصراحة تعبت يعني من نفس المستشفى، مش ماخدة راحتي خالص، ونفسي أرتاح، يعني نفسي نسافر في ابني وأعالجه، يعني فيش ولا حليب متوفر هان، بطلع أروح لما يوفرونا كم من علبة، مش قادرة أوفر له أكل ولا شرب، وهلقيته يعني لا فيش له لا أبو ولا له حدا يعني يحن يعينه غير ربنا. وبتمنى من الله إن شاء الله يسافر أقرب وقت يا رب.
Yeah, she's of course exhausted and overwhelmed. In the hospital, they don't have enough baby formula for him, and even when it's available, it's only a few cans here and there, not necessarily the type that is good for him. And she's pleading for all of you to help evacuate her son so he can go outside and get the right treatment. She's worried. She already lost one son and her husband, and she doesn't want to lose Yasser too. And it seems with the available resources at Nasser Hospital is not adequate. They don't have the right formula to help him. She's appealing for all of us, please do everything we can to evacuate him and her so they can save her son. تفضلي.
Dr. Nidal, because she's crying, I want to explain that this is against the Israeli propaganda that these patients are complaining from disease or complaining from a chronic disease. No, her husband was healthy, her child, both child were healthy, and they were in good general condition. They were not complaining from anything. This is against what Netanyahu and Minister of External Foreign that they are doing a propaganda. This is not a propaganda. This is actual case. Dr. Muhammad, our colleague from Colorado, sit with the mother and he listened to all the details about the case, and he supported her. So this is one of the extreme example for malnutrition and the victims of or martyrs of malnutrition. She lost she lost the father and she lost one of her sibling, and she's afraid about the other sibling. Thank you.
So even yes, I agree with you. But even if the child or these people do have congenital problems or do have other health issues, that does not give the chosen people the right to murder them by starving them. That does not give the leader of the free world that does not give the Judeo-Christian light onto humanity, the right to starve children to death. And we all know that children or people who already have other health problems or disabilities are, of course, more prone, can be more affected by, these, the effects of war, the destruction, the starvation. But even normal people also can be affected. So whatever it is, they have no justification to shut down all the crossings, to put people on a calorie count, and all these things. These are all crimes, and they can never be justified. عمو
I
مين
want
انت
also,
حضرتك؟ مين هالبنت اللي معهم؟
this is the journalist who
Journalist.
she's interested about the case, and she write a story about the case.
Yes.
She tried to support even the mother, because the mother now is emotionally, she need to be supported. Dr. Nidal, I want to mention also that in Gaza, to have a chicken or to have meat or to have egg or to have yogurt, this is a dream for the population here. You can imagine كم سعر طبق البيض الآن 50 شيكل تقريبا. It is unavailable, and if it is available, it is near 50 shekel. You are talking about $30. $30. $30.
Almost $20.
Yes, it used to be just $4 or $3. So it is very expensive. Even the chicken here in the room, someone who's dealing with the chicken, Musab, he told me that they are give a permission for the bad quality of a chicken and meat to get inside Gaza. And sometimes they allowed for the expired chicken and the expired meat to get inside Gaza. And you saw in the media that the local authorities in Gaza, they destroyed it and they burned it, because it will be the cause of poisoning and food poisoning for the people in Gaza. So again, there is still malnutrition nowadays in Gaza. There is still difficulty to have a good meal. There is difficulty to have good water. There is difficulty in transport. There is difficulty in everything in Gaza. We have to remember, we have to talk. We will not stop to talk about that. Thank you.
So yeah, just another reminder that Israel is using the fog of war with Iran and Lebanon to starve the people of Gaza again. So starvation is back on. After the ceasefire, they did allow um, some aid to go in. Even at that time, it was not sufficient, but they did allow it. But in the last few weeks, after this war started, the amount of aid going to Gaza has been cut dramatically. So the availability of foods, even basic foods like bread, is getting much smaller now, and the prices are going up. We are supporting a group of community in Jabalia, and we used to buy the رابطة الخبز, يعني the bag of bread with $1. Now it jumped yesterday to $3. And $3 just to buy bread for a family that has not been working for 2 years is a lot of money. They cannot afford it, and the available amount is very limited. So starvation and the risk of starvation is back on. And we need to start this campaign that they are starving the people, because they know the attention now. The whole world is paying attention to a bigger, regional war that's happening in Iran, with Iran and Lebanon, and they're starving the people of Gaza again. The Sahafi, do you want to say anything? The bint Sahafi, the journalist, do you want to say anything, please? Can you introduce yourself?
بدي أحكي أول شيء يعطيكم العافية ويسعد مساكم.
أهلا وسهلا.
الله يبارك فيك، تسلم. الإشي المحزن والكارثي والمأساوي جدا هان بغزة، وتحديدا في قسم الأطفال، إنه بشكل يومي إحنا بنصور مناشدات للعالم، للمؤسسات الدولية، لحقوق الإنسان، لمنظمة الصحة العالمية، بضرورة إجلاء الأطفال المرضى أو حتى المصابين خلال فترة الحرب. ولكن الأعداد اللي مع الأسف بيتم إجلاءها هي أعداد قليلة جدا. في ذات الوقت الحالات المرضية اللي بتسافر مع الأسف هي حالات يعني ليست بحاجة لتحويلات طبية عاجلة أو إجلاء طبي عاجل فوري. هناك أطفال، عشرات الأطفال في أقسام الأطفال في مستشفيات قطاع غزة، في العناية المكثفة، في الحضانة، في أقسام سوء التغذية، هم بحاجة لتحويلات طبية عاجلة خارج قطاع غزة. إسرائيل هي من تتحكم بأعداد المرضى الذين يخرجوا ويغادروا قطاع غزة للعلاج. يمكن السبب الرئيسي اللي خلاني أتعاطف مع حالات كثير موجودة داخل المستشفى وإني أصور معهم مناشدات إنسانية للسفر لعلاج أبنائهم، هو أنه أنا من الحالات اللي فقدت أختي كانت خلال الحرب، وهي بتنتظر تحويلتها الطبية للعلاج خارج قطاع غزة. مع الأسف التحويلات الطبية حصلت عليها بعد أسبوعين من وفاتها. يعني أنا شو لازمة التحويلة الطبية؟ ما في صوت.
Muted. You're muted.
ممكن تعرفينا بحالك، احكي لنا اسمك الله يخليك.
نعم.
عارفينا بحالك، احكي لنا اسمك. مين
أنا ولاء أبو جامع، صحفية من قطاع غزة، بعمل فريلانسر وبركز على
اوكي،
الواقع الإنساني.
خليني اترجم الحكي دي. So ولاء ابو جامع is a journalist, a freelancer from Gaza, and she has been in Gaza hospitals trying to help the cases, and especially the children who need urgent medical evacuation. She's saying that despite daily appeals by her and other people, the community, the doctors, the healthcare workers there, daily appeals to the UN, to international organizations, to the world at large, the number of cases, especially the urgent cases that need evacuation, is very, very limited. It was completely stopped for about a month during the first month of the war, and now they are allowing only few cases to go out. And we know that even the people who go out are not even getting the proper care. So she's sending an urgent appeal that there is a lot. I mean, we know that thousands of patients, especially children, who need urgent medical evacuation due to critical illnesses. Many of them actually die while they are on the waiting list, including her sister, the sister of the journalist herself. Was there on the list for evacuation, and because of the delay of her evacuation, she ended up passing away. So that is another crime against humanity being committed not just by Israel, by the whole world. When there is a patient, when someone is appealing to you that they do have a child or a mother or a father or someone who is in urgent need for medical help, and we are not allowing them to receive that help timely and end up dying, that is a crime committed by all of us because we are allowing Israel to do so. تفضل.
Dr. Nadal, her sister, I remember the case very well. She was healthy also before the war. In malnutrition and starvation, she got pneumonia. Pneumonia is treated worldwide by antibiotic and the patient is go home. But unfortunately, due to malnutrition and due to low immunity, she got pleural effusion, and then she got empyema. She have chest tube. We did decortication for her, but unfortunately, she got fulminant sepsis and passed away from just infection. At that time, no antibiotic was available. At that time, no sterilization was available. At that time, no alcohol was available. At that time, even the good antibiotic wasn't available. Culture wasn't available at that time. So again, if you visit any family in Gaza, if you knock the door, you will hear a number of stories that belongs to that family. This is by chance. The journalists come here to support the mother. She has a story. The mother, she has a story.
Yes.
Even I am Ahmed Al-Farra has a lot of stories, but I will not talk about them now. Thank you.
How old was your sister when she died? قديش عمرها كان؟
30 years.
13 years.
13. Yeah, 13 years. So her younger sister, 13 years old, died from a very treatable illness. She was suffering from starvation, then she developed pneumonia. As we all know, pneumonia is a very treatable illness in any hospital in the world if you have the right medication, the right treatment. But because her body is fragile, because she was starving, her immune system is low, And the hospital at that time, they did not have no proper antibiotics, no culture, no way to know exactly what type of pneumonia she had. The pneumonia ended up getting, more and more complicated. It ended up, causing sepsis, and they lost that beautiful 13 years old. Imagine yourself, wherever you are in the world, you have a 13-year-old child who's being starved, and you have no way to treat to feed them properly. And because of that, their immune system is very low, their body is weak, they develop pneumonia, which is a regular infection. It can happen anywhere, and usually it's very easy to treat it in anywhere, and they end up dying because of this. None of these is natural death. None of this is natural illness. These are all man-made. These are all man-made, intentionally designed by Israel to exterminate, to commit genocide on the people of Gaza. This is what they mean by enacting conditions of life on a people with the design to destroy them in whole or in parts, inflicting conditions of life on a people that will result in their destruction in whole or in part. So it's not just bombs, it's not just weapons, it's not just bullets. They can kill people by starving them. They can kill people by depriving them of healthcare, of medications. These are all tools and elements of genocide. For anyone who still has any doubt that this genocidal entity has been committing this all the time, continues to do it, and like cancer, when genocide does not stop, it spreads. It's spreading to Lebanon, it's spreading to Iran, and spreading everywhere. No genocidal entity in history ever just woke up and they realized, oh, we are doing something wrong. Let's stop. We were wrong. We are sorry. Let's do it. Genocidal nations, genocidal leaders, genocidal regimes, they have no moral insight. They don't have the capacity to know that what they're doing is wrong. They always have to be stopped by others, by the world, either through sanctions, through boycott, through wars, through intervention to protect the victims. The world should protect the region from this genocidal entity, from this ISIS on steroids and with nuclear weapons. Fadal, Dr. Ahmed, anything else you want to share?
Yes. Okay. I want to mention, Dr. Nadal, that I used to treat all the cases of scabies and the skin disease because I'm interested in dermatology. While I was in Egypt, I have nearly 6 months. I was interested too much in dermatology. I'm feeling now a very hard feeling and very difficult situation that I have a case of scabies, I have a case of insect bite, I have a case of flea bite, I have a case of bud bite, but I don't have the facilities to treat it. They are punishing us difficulty. The patient of scabies all the night is itching. Even all the family is itching. Just use spermicide cream, permethrin, and just use the sulfuric acid soup, and he will be in very good general condition, and all the family will be okay. Nothing of this treatment available in Gaza. They are interested and they are enjoying. They are moron. They have something in their mind. They are feeling happy while the Palestinian people are suffering from that diseases and from ability to treat that patient and to help that patient. This is the difficult feeling that you have. You have the case and you have the diagnosis and you can't treat here. And you saw I sent for the group about the child who was bitten by the yes. Please, we have to mention about that. Even nowadays, the occupational forces not allow for evacuation the
بالعربي مساعدة.
اللي هي القمامة تحت المنازل.
Yeah, exactly. They're not allowing for, the sanitation system to be rebuilt and to take care of the garbage and stuff like that.
Waste
And the
disposal.
people, yeah, exactly. And also the people in Gaza are living in tents now, and winter was very harsh on them, but summer is going to be even harsher because now the rodents, the insects, and everything, once the weather warms up, are going to be spreading everywhere. And with the tons and tons of garbage piled everywhere, people living in tents, no sanitation, no access to clean water. A lot of children are being bit by rodents. Dr. Ahmed shared with us, an example of that case, and we're afraid that this is going to get much worse. Skin disease is going to get much worse. The escape is going to get much worse. Because these are, people are living in very crowded condition, no access to, sanitation and stuff like that. So this is actually all intentional. Israel mentioned that at the beginning of the genocide, those of them that we were not able to kill by bombs, we are gonna force on them death by other means, which is by disease, by malnutrition, by communicable diseases, by imposing on them all these conditions that are incompatible with life. So, Dr. Ahmed, inshallah, next week we will talk more about the rodents and the issue of sanitation, the impact on the people there. We can do a special session on this next week. If you don't mind, we want to go because Dr. Abdul Wahab, Dr. Azuddin, they have to go.
Okay.
And we can go back with you after that, if you don't mind.
Okay, last thing that when I have the children who come back from Egypt, inshallah, I'll open for you to talk with them if you are still in the webinar. Okay.
Inshallah, maybe
With
we
the
can
family.
maybe we can get his wife and his son from Gaza and have them meet here on the webinar live.
Yes.
Inshallah. And guys, please do not forget about Yasser, about his mother, about the journalist who lost her sister, and about the thousands and thousands of children like them who are still suffering every day while we are here enjoying, the comfort of our lives. Time is a weapon of genocide. These people are suffering every day, every minute. So please do not forget about Yasser, about his mother. Inshallah, find any way to advocate for them, to allow these people who need immediate evacuation to leave. And now let's go to Dr. Abdul Wahab. Dr. Abdul Wahab, General Surgeon at Shifa Hospital, helping us with the surgery project to help the big. Again, these are cases who need medical evacuation. But since they are not getting medical evacuation, we try to help them in Gaza. I really think if the world can impose on Israel to open the crossing completely so they can provide care for their patients, the list of the number of people who need to be evacuated will be much less. But unfortunately, they're not allowing that. But we're doing as much as we can using the minimal resources available. تفضل دكتور عبد الوهاب.
مرحبا.
أهلا وسهلا.
We will talk today about our project at Sahaba Hospital, supported by DAG for super major cases. This week we performed three surgery. One of our cases, papillary thyroid cancer, diagnosed since around 1 year, and he in waiting list since 1 year. With the support from DAG, we performed the surgery before 4 days at Al Sahaba Hospital as a private hospital. Also, we perform another surgery for female patient complaint since 2 years. Abdominal wall fistula after evaluation and CT scan, diagnosed as cystic lesion, invasion urinary bladder and the appendix, and fistulating to the abdominal wall with pus discharge. Also supported by DAG, we perform the surgery at the private hospital. The third case, huge incisional hernia. The patient complained since 2 years after explosive injury and multiple time abdominal exploration and complaint of a huge incisional hernia. Last update for our hospital. Since 2 days, we received the wounded after explosive injury, mostly at east of Gaza. Also today, the Ministry of Health held a conference at Al Shifa Hospital to discuss the shortage of generator parts and diesel and the service provided to the public will be reduced, which will increase the number of elective cases. They will decrease the number of elective surgery at our hospital. We have this week we meet around 20 cases. We have large number of thyroid disorder. We don't know the reason. We think maybe due to the phosphorus used by IDF. So thyroid disorder increase and breast cancer in young female increase. This week we have surgery. We have 2 cases of breast cancer. We have thyroid disorder. We have closure colostomy. So we have a lot of cases.
So last week you did 4 or 5 surgeries, you said, Dr. Abdulwahab?
What?
Last week you did 5 surgeries?
Last week's 3 surgery. This week's inshallah 4 surgery.
4 surgeries, and these people
Yeah,
are mostly
breast cancer,
severe.
thyroid, and the closure colostomy, inshallah.
Yeah, we can share a video of one of the surgeries just as an example. And as Dr. Abdul Wahab said, they are not allowing the hospitals because, I mean, honestly, there's no electricity in Gaza. Most of the hospitals have been dependent on generators. These generators are very worn off. They have been functioning non-stop for more than 2 years. They are not allowing any spare parts to go for these generators. They are not allowing new generators, and they are not even allowing the fuel and the oil, the lubricating oil for these generators. DAG is also taking the project of trying to fix these generators, but at very, very difficult situation because it's very hard to find the spare parts and very hard to find the material that needed to fix those generators that has been very old and very worn off. Fadal Karama, this is an example of the surgeries. There is no sound. I don't know why. This is the thyroid case, I think.
Papillary thyroid cancer, this case.
Yeah. There is no sound, Karama. I don't know why. I'll try it again. You are muted, Karama.
There is no sound?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
في عندي ورم في الغدة وإن شاء الله بدنا نزيد.
What happened?
Is
It worked, then it went to something else.
okay. Sorry about that.
So this is one of the patients. He has a papillary thyroid cancer, and we are glad we were able to help him because otherwise his cancer will spread, will cause metastasis.
Assalamu alaikum. Today Wednesday, 25 of March 2026. Today, inshallah, we will start with another project supported by DAG for surgical operation for sober major cases at Al Sahaba Private Hospital, supported by Doctor Against Genocide. The second case for today, Milhat Al-Rafati, 53-year-old male patient, diagnosed as case of papillary thyroid cancer. Underwent surgery today, and total thyroidectomy was done. Thank you, Doctor Against Genocide, for supporting the people here.
So Dr. Genocide is supporting Dr. Abdul Wahab and his team to do surgeries. We are doing surgeries at a rate of about 3 to 5 cases every week at a small private
Should I show
hospital.
the other one, Doc? There is another one.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Today Wednesday, 25 of March 2026. Today, inshallah, we will start with another project supported by DAG for surgical operation for sober major cases at Al Sahaba Private Hospital, supported by Doctor Against Genocide. The first case for today, Cyril Tbel, 37-year-old female patient, complain abdominal wall fistula with pus discharge, not diagnosed since 2 years. Suspicious cystic lesion at urinary bladder. Abdominal exploration was done. The source of fistula, cystic lesion attached to appendix and urinary bladder. Excision with one block for appendix and part of urinary bladder with the fistula, and sent to histopathology. Thank you, Dr. Against Genocide, for supporting our people at the North Gaza Strip.
شكرا لمؤسسة أطباء ضد الإبادة وبارك الله فيكم في جهودكم المبارك.
There is more, but I think this is pretty much
done. We're doing about 3 to 5 a week, and we're really thankful for Dr. Abdul Wahab and his team for helping this, and thanks to our supporters. The only way we're able to help is through your support. We are really grateful. I think every case, every life we can save in Gaza is grateful for you, for your support. Each surgery costs about $1,500. That covers the hospital fees, that covers the surgeon fees. And again, more and more needs to be done. We're able to do about 3 to 5 surgeries every week. It's better than nothing. Every life we save is good. Lara, did she go? Okay, yeah, Lara has to go.
Lara had to go.
Yeah, so thank you, Lara, for being with us, and thank you, Dr. Abdul Wahab. What are the cases?
I wanted to mention some things before I will go.
Yeah, what are the cases you have scheduled
Last
for next week?
update about oncological case. Today we received the news from the oncological department. All chemotherapy we expired now. And now we use expired drugs for oncology after surgery. So now we don't have chemo or radiotherapy, just surgical now. All chemotherapy expired.
Yeah, I think I was talking to the Ministry of Health last week about that. So as Dr. Abdul Wahab, all the small amount of chemotherapy medication they have in Gaza is all expired. They are using expired medications. They need I think some of the private contractors managed to get some medications into Gaza, some chemotherapy medications. They did not allow the hospitals to get them, but they allowed some private contractors, which means that the Ministry of Health has to buy from the contractors now, and they're reaching us to us as DAG to try to sponsor this. That's a whole new project. The cost of this is about $350,000 that the Ministry of Health need to be able to provide medication, life-saving medications, chemotherapy for these patients. We are finalizing this project as we speak. I think they are gonna come next week to present all the data, and it does confirm what Dr. Abdul Wahab said. Again, none of this is natural. None of this should happen. It's all happening because the world is allowing it to happen because of the impunity. Usually, hospitals, health ministries are allowed to buy their own medication, to have their own medication, but Israel intention is not allowing this. They are only allowing it through private contractors that do have some, what do they call it, quid pro quo with some Israeli, business people and some Israeli authorities. But unfortunately, because we cannot let the people die because they have no access to medication, we need to help them and support them. What cases do you have, Dr. Abdul Wahab, for next week?
We have breast cancer, we have thyroid disorder, we have closure colostomy this week, inshallah.
So the next coming week, we have 3 cases, and good luck.
We booked 4 cases, inshallah, this week.
4 cases, okay.
Yeah.
And are these all these cases that we did so far? I think we did more than 15 so far. Are they all good? Are they recovered well? They're doing fine?
Yeah. We not perform any surgery except after all patient discharge, and we can get another cases.
By the way, the surgeons of Gaza are the best surgeons in the world. When they say it's they have been tested, they are ready. This whatever cliche is goes about this cannot apply to anyone in the world more than the doctors, the surgeons in Gaza. They are super qualified. They have been through it all. They know how to do it with resources, without resources. Their stories, their experience, their heroism, their insistence on helping despite everything, their ingenuity, their ability to always improvise, to always find a way to help, supersedes any skill that any Western school or textbook can ever teach. So do not tell us, oh, let's go and tell them what to do. They know what to do. All what they need is for the crossings to open and for the supplies to go in, for the medications to go in, for the generators to go in, for the equipment to go in. They can teach us. They can teach the whole world. So this is a call for everyone to please keep the advocacy, to open the crossing, stop the genocide, allow everything that the people of Gaza need to rebuild their hospitals, to allow the building material to go in again, the medications, the equipment, and they will do it on their own. They know how to build. They don't need Kushner, they don't need Witkoff, they don't need megalomaniac Trump to help them or to tell them what to do. They just need their knee off their necks so they can fix and rebuild their country. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Wahab.
Thank
And I
you.
think, yeah, I don't know عز الدين to wait much longer. He will get mad at us. بدك تزعل عز الدين ولا نروح معاه؟
لا روح توكل على الله.
Okay, Dr. Azzuddin Shihab, another success story from the doctors, the colleagues, the healthcare workers in Gaza. Despite it all, he managed to open, a small, healthcare clinic in Gaza, and he's been doing it for more than a year and a half. They see almost 150 cases every day. Despite all the limited resources, they are still able to function and continue. We are supporting them at least with medications, and inshallah, with the other projects coming along, they are trying to open also a dental clinic that need our support because unfortunately there is no dental care in Gaza, along with all other deficiencies. تفضل عز الدين. Muhammad, what are you trying to share? Muhammad, are you sharing anything?
Just a bit.
شغل الفيديو. Please play the
Okay.
video. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello? Okay.
Hello, this is Dr. Azzuddin Shihab from Gaza, the founder of Al-Rahma Medical Center in north of Gaza in Jabalia. Today, Doctors Against Genocide donated funds for medication for our clinic. These medications and these funds will make a real difference in patients' life. Let me show you. These medicines can help around 2,000 people, which will make a real difference for many patients who have no access to treatment. This donation creates a real impact and helps strengthen people's resilience, allowing them to remain in this area. We are truly grateful for your support. Your support gives us the ability to continue helping those who need it most. Thank you so much, Doctors Against Genocide.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Azzuddin. Thank
No,
you for
thank
all
you.
what you do. Tell us more. What is your story?
Yes. Hello. It's really good to be with you today. I will not take too much of your time, but I would like to start with something that happened just a short while ago. A few moments ago, my phone rang, an unfamiliar number. I answered. He asked, "Is this Dr. Azzuddin?" I said, "Yes, go ahead." He spoke very carefully. He said, "I got your number from someone. They told me you may be able to help me." Then he paused and said something that stayed with me. He said, "Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not asking for money. I just have a problem and maybe you can help." I told him to go on. He took a breath and said, "My daughter is 6 years old." Even before he continued, you could feel the weight in his voice. He said, 2 years ago, during the war, she was injured. Her face was badly burned, her cheek, most of it. She had 2 reconstructive surgeries, but both of them failed. We were both silent for a moment. Then he said quietly, "She was 4 when it happened. Now she's 6. And then he added, "She has started to understand." That sentence stayed with me. She has started to understand. He continued, "She is being bullied by other children. She feels ashamed when people look at her. Even on Eid, she refused to go out." And then he said something that honestly I can't forget. He said 2 days ago, she told us she isn't as beautiful as the other children. He passed and his voice broke. She cries when she looks at herself in the mirror, and she refused to take pictures completely. And at that moment, I could almost see her. Just please imagine with me a 6-year-old girl standing in front of a mirror, trying to understand why her face is different, trying to understand why people look at her differently, why something that happened before she even understood what war was has now become part of who she is. At 6 years old, she is already learning shame, already learning to hide, already learning that the world can be cruel to what it doesn't understand. And then her father said one sentence, "I feel like I am watching my daughter's life collapse in front of me." Look, he wasn't asking for sympathy. He was asking for a chance. He said, anything that could help her live. Maybe somewhere they can treat her before her life is completely destroyed. And I want to say something very clearly. This story is not exception. This is Gaza. Because war doesn't end when the bombs stop. Sometimes it continues quietly in the face of a child who no longer recognizes herself, in the silence of a girl who refused to be seen, in tears that no one sees except a mirror. And this is why even now, what people call a ceasefire doesn't feel like an end to us. It just feels like that the suffering has become quieter, but it is still there every single day. A few days ago, I spoke about Al-Shifa Hospital, the largest hospital in Gaza now. And what we are seeing now is something very difficult. Patients who need basic care, basic supplies are coming to us, to my clinic, asking for gauze. Not because they prefer us, no, but because the hospital itself doesn't have enough gauze. And one piece of gauze costs about 10 shekels, about $3. One gauze, just one gauze. For someone living in tent and needing daily care, this is simply not possible. So
When we say the situation is still critical, we aren't speaking about the past. We are speaking about today. And I know there is suffering everywhere in Iran, in Lebanon, everywhere. But please don't forget Gaza. Because when the world looks away, people don't stop suffering. They just suffer silently. And this is exactly why your support matters. Your recent donation of medications will help us treat around 2,000 patients, real people, real lives. Our clinic is in Jabalia, north of Gaza, an area where almost nothing is still standing. And the nearest hospital is about 30 minutes away. In our situation, 30 minutes can mean everything. So what you are doing is not just support, it is immediate impact. And because the need is so great, we are now working with you on something new, a completely free dental clinic. Because every day we see patients coming only for painkillers, not because their condition is simple, but because they cannot afford treatment. And I believe, very simply, that healthcare is not a privilege, it is a right. So today, I want to say thank you, Doctors Against Genocide, but also to say something important to know. What are you doing is working. You are allowing us to continue. You are allowing people not to be left alone. And in Gaza, continuity is everything because the need doesn't stop. So support cannot stop either. And I truly hope that we can continue this together. Because at the end of the day, you are not just supporting a clinic. You are helping a child like that girl have a chance to be seen again, a chance to feel normal again, a chance to live without shame. And sometimes that chance is everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Izzuddin. Wow, that story of the girl broke me.
Yes, this happened
The girl
today.
who is scared to look in the mirror because she doesn't want to see her face that was disfigured by our bombs. So that mirror that this girl was looking at, for us, the rest of the world, Gaza is the mirror of all of us. Look at Gaza. This is our face. This is what our systems produce. This is what our systems enable. And when Izz said, do not forget about Gaza, actually, it is because we allowed it in Gaza. It's spreading somewhere else. So it's the whole same structure. If we allow this cancer to continue to spread without being held accountable, it will continue to metastasize. It will continue to spread death and destruction. This is something this cancer called Israel and supported by the United States and all the major powers in the world. Gaza is the mirror of the West, is the mirror of the Judeo-Christian light on the nations. It's the mirror of the Western culture. Look at Gaza. Look at Gaza. This is exactly the picture and what the West stands for. The starved children, the disfigured children, the amputated children, the starving mothers, fathers, grandfathers, the destroyed hospitals, the destroyed schools, This is the mirror of you, the West. And because we allowed it in Gaza, it's spreading more and more. And as long as it's not stopped, it will continue. This is a cancer. Cancer does not stop on its own. It has to be excised. It has to be treated. It has to be met with real intervention to stop it from causing more death and more destruction. Anyone in the world can bring this good picture to this girl so she can look at her face. 6-year-old who's scared to look at the mirror. So please, the minimum we can do, of course, is to provide some support to the community that we allowed to be destroyed the way they went through for more than 2 years now. Support financially to buy medications, to keep their clinics running, to keep their hospitals running, to build this dental clinic because they don't have access to any care otherwise. So please keep supporting us. Support Dr. Izzuddin, Dr. Abdul Wahab, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Muhammad, our colleague, was there. He saw it firsthand, so he knows what's happening.
I want just
Tfaddal.
to add something. I have a small comment also due to the heartbreaking story of Dr. Ahmed Al Farra about scabies. Rahma Medical Center has those medications made possible by Doctors Against Genocide. And we are all a community thanks to Doctors Against Genocide. And if he needs any, I would like to support brother in the South. I'll send him some of these medications.
No, you don't need to send to him. Well, we'll give you new funds to buy the same medication that you got to your clinic, and we can ship it to Nasr Hospital, please. That is,
of course,
because of the support of our great supporters here, Doctors Against Genocide. So, inshallah, you keep your medications, and we will able to give you new funds and send it to Dr. Ahmed, inshallah. Thank you. Muhammad, do you want to say anything?
No, I was just going to say I've had the fortune of meeting and working with both Dr. Abdul Wahab Abu and Izzuddin. Izzuddin, for those who aren't aware, is also an author. That's why he was reading kind of some of the thoughts that come to him. But it's amazing getting to see the work that they've both done through the support of Doctors Against Genocide. I think fundamentally the way we respond to this genocide, to any crisis we face, is by coming together as a community. And DAG continues to make that possible while allowing the people of Gaza themselves, the doctors of Gaza, to lead. So beautiful work, both of you guys.
Yeah. And when they say Dr. Izzuddin is a writer and people of Gaza are writers, they are writers. They write real life stories. They don't write fiction. Their stories are more horrific than fiction, unfortunately. They're more horrific than Hollywood movies and horror movies that Hollywood does. And yes, please follow Dr. Izzuddin. He is a great doctor, and he's a great human being who puts this reality of the people of Gaza that we allowed to happen in a very, very vivid way that does not leave you. And honestly, I'm still struggling with that girl story. It's haunting me. It should haunt all of us. None of us should go to sleep with clear conscience, knowing that this is happening. We allowed this to happen. We continue to allow it to happen, and it's going all over the world. And sorry, Dr. Izzuddin, of course, you and Dr. Abdul Wahab, Dr. Muhammad are regular speakers here. Please keep joining us every week. But we have a long schedule, so we have to move on. Dr. Tony Bishop, we are honored to have you, but I need your permission. Can you allow us 15 more minutes? We want to hear from our colleagues in Sudan. Do you have time?
Of course. Of
Okay.
course.
So thank you, because we have Dr. Bani Hani, and he is also has a tight schedule, but he has huge or significant updates on the situation in Sudan. Dr. Ibrahim, are you with us? Dr. Ibrahim? And we have Dr. Al-Siddiq Al-Mahdi. Dr. Ibrahim Bani. Dr. Ibrahim Bani. Yes, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Thank you for joining us. I know you are traveling a lot, you're working a lot, but we really need to hear the updates from you about what's happening in Sudan, please. We're always honored to hear from you.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Dr. Nidal, for giving me this opportunity to share with you what's going on in terms of violations of medical neutrality in general, specifically in Sudan, as this has been going on since the start of the war in April 2023. Started, and then it was extended, and then it became very intense during the 2025-2026. There are about more than 200 attacks on the health facilities with more than 2,000 deaths, including mainly civilians, patients, co-patients, health workers have been affected. and also almost 80% of the health facilities went out of service, especially in the war area. Some are returning back in some secure states, but still the fighting going on until this moment. And the most recent attack was during Eid Friday, last Friday, Thursday of Eid al-Fitr Mubarak, in which one of the hospitals in Darfur, East Darfur, was struck by an attack, and this led to the death of around 70 people, including, this early morning in Eid, and many are going to the hospital, patients, especially women, children, and also it includes health workers. Two of the nurses have been also affected, and one of the doctors was one of the targets on this attack. So the attack has been verified by the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab, and also another humanitarian organizations in Sudan, like EU. And really this had been condemned by many international organizations, including the WHO, UN also, and other international organizations. So it was really a big problem, and this really is not humanitarian, because attacking health facilities, attacking health workers, this is means you are attacking humanity, and this should be accountable. And we have got to take an advocacy for this. Make sure that there will be no attacks on health facilities, no attacks on health workers, no attacks on patients. So I would like to share with you this, that DAC should support this medical neutrality issue, not only in Sudan, but in other parts. And it has been going on in Gaza, in Ukraine. And now there is conflict going on in 14 countries out of the 22 countries of the Eastern Mediterranean region. And the main attacks now in Lebanon also, more than 55, because the WHO have a surveillance system to track the attacks on health facilities and on health workers. So I would like to thank you so much and look forward for your support for Sudan, and your support for at the end hospital East Darfur. This is the main hospital in the region. This is the only hospital servicing about 2 million people, and it went out of service now. Now they are using health centers and some rural hospitals, and this is really very serious, and there is an urgent need for support for the people of the region of Eastern Darfur. Looking forward for your support and for your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Brahim. Thank you. And we're honored to have you. And please try to join us whenever you can. We need to hear those updates. It's very important, very critical. Please keep an eye and keep the advocacy, keep your eye and your support for the Sudan, for the hospitals, for the people, for the communities there. Again, it is another genocide, and we need to support the communities going through this wherever they are. Sudan, Congo, Palestine, Lebanon, Iran. Thank you. And again, we have a schedule with Dr. Tony. Dr. Hawash is going to introduce her. Sorry for being late on you, Dr. Tony. Then after that, we will finish with our other speakers from the other communities. Go ahead, Karama, please.
It is my honor to introduce Dr. Tony Biscop. Dr. Tony is a doctor, but she was a linguist and a teacher. She completed her MD and MPH at University of Iowa in internal medicine pediatrics. And then she did her training at University of Maryland Medical Center, Baltimore, and International Emergency Medicine Fellowship at University of Illinois, Chicago, with over 25 years of experience working with immigrants and refugees in the US and abroad. She is the co-founder of the Institute of the Understanding of Anti-Palestinian Racism and the co-chair of the research team. I personally admire the work that is done by the Institute for Understanding Anti-Palestinian Racism, because I really, truly believe that racism is a prerequisite for genocide. Without racism and without discrimination, none of what is happening in Gaza would have happened. The Institute for Understanding of Anti-Palestinian Racism has done a study, and the study showed that patients who are Palestinians have exposure to health harm, even in the US healthcare systems. And I look forward to hearing from Tony and hearing about the work that the Institute for Understanding Anti-Palestinian Racism is doing. Thank you, Tony, for being with us.
Thank you. And thanks for making time. There's so much important stuff to talk about, so I really am grateful that you've given me some time to share with everyone here. And thank you so much to all of the doctors who've been practicing in Sudan and Congo and Gaza. Also, I'm immensely grateful to you all. Is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Okay, so just I'm a visual person, so I assume some other people are as well. And so I'm just going to let's see, view. I think this is the way I want to do it. Okay, can everyone see the screen?
Yes, yes, we see.
Yeah, okay, great. So yeah, as Karame said, I'm with the Institute for the Understanding of Anti-Palestinian Racism, and we use education, research, and advocacy to kind of decolonize medicine and other institutions, educational institutions, medical institutions. And specifically, we are interested in anti-Palestinian racism, and yeah, it is a prerequisite for genocide, for harm. So I think it's important, it's critical actually to address it. So we're a group of researchers, physicians, psychologists, lawyers, anti-racist educators. And so we do empirical research, education, advocacy in order to kind of lead to change and address anti-Palestinian racism. And we know that racism of any type, there's a lot of data, there's been research over decades that shows that racism harms mental and physical well-being. And none of it that we know of has really focused on anti-Palestinian racism, which is a very specific type of racism. There's a lot of overlap in what racism is, how it impacts different groups, how it's applied to different groups, but anti-Palestinian racism specifically is different from Islamophobia or anti-Muslim hate, and it's not the same as anti-Arab racism. There's overlap, of course, but as you know, Palestinians are a very diverse group. There are multiple religions. And it's not just a group of Muslim Arabs who live in Palestine. It's much more diverse than that. And non-Palestinians are impacted as well. So briefly, our initial survey done now 2 years ago, and we're wrapping up our second survey. But our initial survey, we had over 1,200 respondents. And one of the key findings is that anti-Palestinian racism affects Palestinians and non-Palestinians. So for those of us here who are non-Palestinian but have been speaking out in support of Palestinian human rights and against genocide, I think most of us, if not all of us, have been impacted by anti-Palestinian racism, speaking out. We've been silenced or isolated or harmed in some way, or maybe even lost a job. We saw that it's prevalent in most sectors of society, and it's impacting emotional and physical health. And so these are just some brief initial findings that aren't specific to the healthcare setting, but today my purpose is really, I want to focus on what happens in the healthcare setting. And so I'll skip to that quickly. So 69% of the providers and patients who for this initial survey, 69% did not identify as Palestinian or Palestinian American. So 31% did, but more than half did not. And in each of these groups, in the next bullet point, this age group 25 to 44, women, non-binary, Muslims, Christians, and then reporting no faith, had at least 20% of each of these groups had the highest proportions of exposure in a healthcare setting. And 39%, and when I say healthcare provider only, so we had 3 groups in the healthcare setting. We had patients only, healthcare provider only, and then there was a small group that were exposed as healthcare providers and patients. So that's what this breakup is. So total, we had 216 patients and healthcare providers from this. This is a subgroup from the initial group of people in the first study that we did that were exposed specifically in US healthcare settings. Respondents, so regardless of whether they were providers or patients, respondents had twice the odds of reporting severe health harm compared to people exposed outside of the healthcare setting. Patients were almost 3 times more likely to experience severe health harm compared to people exposed outside of the healthcare setting. And almost all of the patients, more than 90% of respondents, reported feeling isolated or alone. And feeling isolated and alone is really important because that's directly linked to risk of depression and anxiety. So in psychology and looking at studies in depression and mental health, feeling isolated and alone is directly linked with risk of depression and anxiety. 73% reported being afraid to speak out, and 81% experienced social harm. And social harm means silencing, defamation, physical threats. So these numbers are really high. And the Joint Commission has said it's undeniable that racism is a patient safety issue. Yet somehow anti-Palestinian racism, is not kind of included in this, as we all know. So again, as a visual person, I just thought it would be helpful to share some graphs. So this is those exposed in a healthcare setting reporting severe health impact. So 60% reported severe health impact. And then those reporting isolation on the left side and fear on the right side. So, sorry, just to be a little more clear with this, the yes means they're exposed in the healthcare setting. The no means they were exposed outside of the healthcare setting. So it doesn't mean they're not exposed. It just means in a different setting. So you can see there's a statistically significant, the p-value was less than 0.0001, kind of comparing these, and controlling for other factors like age, faith, et cetera, et cetera. So controlling for all of that. Healthcare setting is an independent, being exposed in a healthcare setting is an independent risk factor for having severe health impact. So the 38%, those are people exposed outside of the healthcare setting who reported severe health impact, and 60% exposed in the healthcare setting reported severe health impact. So that's a huge difference. And then same thing here. Those exposed in the healthcare setting had a significantly higher rate of reporting feeling isolated compared to those exposed in other settings. So 91% versus 77%. And then fear, a significantly higher percentage who are exposed in the healthcare setting reported fear when they're exposed to anti-Palestinian racism compared to those exposed in a different setting. Okay, any questions about that? Was that clear, what the graph is representing, hopefully? And just feel free to shout out because all I see right now is my screen. I don't see faces or the chat. So just like unmute yourself if
Yeah, I
needed.
have a couple of questions, Tony.
Yes.
So can you give us examples of what these patients reported as harassment or severe discrimination? And there's a question in the audience. What are you defining as severe health outcome?
Yeah, well, a severe harm. So severe health harm. So the first study we did, so the second study is kind of like new and improved because we get more specific and we actually get into retaliation as well. But we didn't. So severe health outcome means like they reported experiencing most or all of the time, feeling isolated, afraid, feeling physical or mental health impacts, which could be insomnia, stomach ache, headache, fatigue, muscle aches. So those all fall under kind of classically in studies looking at physical and mental health. If you're looking at impact on physical and mental health, those are classically things that are included in that would be insomnia, fatigue, loss of appetite, lack of desire to, or lack of interest in things you're normally interested in, fear of going out, fear in general, feeling isolated. But the severe, what we use to distinguish like kind of less severe versus severe health impact was they're feeling these things most or all of the time. And so that's how we defined severe.
Got it. And what are the examples of harassments or?
So we left at the end of the study, we allowed people to fill in like specific examples if they wanted to, but we didn't define harassment directly in this study. Like we kind of gave examples within the question stem itself, like have you experienced bullying or have you experienced, certain things like that. But we didn't have people, we didn't require people to write it out specifically. Respondents were allowed to write anything at the end that they wanted to share, but they weren't required to specify harassment. Yeah, but our latest study will, and we're finishing up data collection. We have over 1,500 respondents, and the current study actually, we have two branches of it. We have one that's a national randomized study that we hired a polling company to do for us, and then the other parallel branch is a convenient sample. And this study actually was a convenient sample distributed via like listserv, social media, colleagues, email, et cetera. So that's one thing to keep in mind with this study is that it is a convenience sample. It's not nationally representative, but the findings are still significant, and I think need to be taken seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound, a lot of us are feeling a lot of these feelings, whether we are in healthcare or outside of healthcare, and the term being sick from genocide or feeling completely demoralized because of the onslaught of news of killing and bombing and discrimination and all that. And I'm sure it has a lot of health manifestation. It would be very interesting to see whether in the workplace, in the hospital, in the clinic, is the relationship between somebody who identifies as Palestinian and their medical provider affected by this? Is there, is it something that makes them, is there correlation with hypertension, chronic medical conditions, diabetes, the regular medical conditions that are associated with high stress and high being depressed or so I think this is a really interesting study, and I'm sure that you guys will build on it.
Yeah, and I mean, we know from years of data looking at racism that racism is one of those factors, like, you know, with the ACEs study, the adverse childhood experiences, we know that exposure to trauma, and racism is a trauma, that adds chronic toxic levels of stress that impacts, like you said, a lot of the chronic diseases, rates of cancer, rates of heart disease, rates of stroke, rates of hypertension. And that's like without exposure to any substances, right? Like independent of any substance use. So we know that. And so like, I mean, I think we can kind of draw the connection between anti-Palestinian racism specifically. For sure, in our initial study and preliminarily in the current study that we're still conducting or like wrapping up, we've seen that being Palestinian definitely increases your risk of feeling or like of these health impacts. But we're not looking specifically, like we're not measuring blood pressure and all of these things. That would be an amazing study to do. And really important. Let's see. So this is just a comparison here: social harm, isolation, fear, providers versus patients. And so isolation was actually the same, but social harm, patients had higher rates of reporting social harm. Again, that's like isolation, fear, negative mental health impacts. And then this is another way of looking at, like, so on the looking to the left is when you have a higher odds as a provider of experiencing fear, isolation, social harm, or negative health impact. And towards the right is patients' odds. The reference is the perforated line in the middle. So you can see patients compared to providers have significantly higher risk of negative health impact, feeling fearful and experiencing social harm. And this is really critical. And I think in the US, you know, again, looking at what the Joint Commissions is saying, like, you know, they call out racism and they say that we need to address this in health institutions. And that being the case, then, you know, we need to really reach out to our health institutions and require them, demand of them that you need to do more to prevent, detect, respond to anti-Palestinian racism, because it is a patient safety issue. And we know from so many studies looking at the impact of racism on health outcomes and bias even, we know that patients receive worse care due to racism. So there are so many studies looking at this. I could talk a lot about this, but I don't want to, because I know everyone, your time is so valuable, and I don't want to take up too much time. But we also need to demand that healthcare institutions ensure consistent treatment of all patients, that they include anti-Palestinian racism in implementation of Joint Commission requirements on health equity, and that public and state-affiliated healthcare institutions reinforce constitutional protections, including First Amendment, and that they comply with civil rights protections, including Title VI and Title VII, for Palestinians and non-Palestinians who are impacted, because both are impacted. I mean, and this isn't new, like having people who are not Palestinian being impacted by anti-Palestinian racism. That's not new. There were white people fighting for civil rights in the 60s and 70s who were killed and attacked. So, you know, racism affects other people who don't identify as the specific race being attacked. And so we need to call out, not just because of that. I mean, we want all people to be treated equally. Institutions need to fund research, education, and training on anti-Palestinian racism. And we've done a lot of that. I mean, we do work with institutions to do trainings on anti-Palestinian racism and how to combat that, how to recognize it, and then how to combat that and to prevent people from experiencing the negative impacts. So there's, with this QR code, you can link, we have other reports that are posted as well. We have a report that also looks at the educational setting because students and educators also reported feeling or experiencing significant negative impacts of anti-Palestinian racism in the educational setting. Many people, almost a third of people, are feeling it from supervisors or people who have the ability to hire and fire them. And that's really important. And I think that's all that I have. But I guess, are there, I'm going to stop sharing here so I can see people's faces. So, you know, we're committed to continuing research on this. And again, this is specific to the US, but talking with colleagues in other countries, you know, I suspect the findings would be very similar in various European countries, countries across Asia, anywhere where racism exists, which is everywhere. And pretty much anti-Palestinian racism exists everywhere, as we've seen. Yeah, thank you for giving me time to talk.
Thank you, Tony, so much for taking the time and telling us about all these interesting things. This is important, and it's, I think, you know, anyone who is Palestinian or who is pro-Palestinian is experiencing a lot of trauma because of the narrative that goes against the protection of the life of a Palestinian. And that is a threat that affects the psychology and affects sleep, causes anxiety, causes depression, causes the feeling of discomfort in every setting where it's impossible to be open. You know, you might be at a meeting, you know. Yesterday, my daughter was at a meeting where they were discussing how much profit they made from weapons, Lockheed Martin and Boeing and all these. And you need to have a very, very thick skin to be able to tolerate something like that when you know that adults are speaking about making profit from killing the people who have nothing in Gaza or in Lebanon or in anywhere. So there's a lot of lethal racism, I would say. And there's not enough hours in the day to do research that will do it justice. But I think we need to name it, we need to fight it, we need to find ways to overcome it, and we need to support each other. And we should never normalize racism, and we should never think that this is the way it is and this is what we accept. This is a call to action for everyone who cares about justice to speak up and not allow these conditions to be normalized. If we cannot stop them, at least we should not normalize them, and we should not accept them as the status quo. So thank you, Tony. You are always welcome to come again and talk to us.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work.
We have a webinar on the 18th that talks more specifically about anti-Palestinian racism. So I just put the link to register for that. It's free, it's open to the public. So if you're interested, please join. And we try to do public webinars about once a month, but if you're at an institution, if you're feeling any of these things, isolated, alone, if you need help, if you have like some allies and you think that it might be worth like coming to your or like having us come to your institution, and we do workshops. But I mean, I've experienced silencing, and I was ghosted for a while by some leadership at one of the universities where I teach faculty, and it's so disheartening. And then when you have residents and faculty and medical students coming to you with their stories, who are Palestinian or who are allies and there's actually like a lot of intersectionality too. So one of our colleagues experienced misogynoir when she was speaking out against anti-Palestinian racism. So it's just, we really need each other, and this community is like so vital. And so thank you. I'm going to stop talking now. There's always so much to say.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Dr. Biscup. Thank you for this important work, and please welcome to join us and keep educating us about what is happening. And again, please join the APR webinar that is coming up on April 18th, you said? Yes,
Tony,
Dr.
and try to join the April 15th on Washington, D.C.
Oh, I might. Yeah. I
Yes.
actually might try to fly out.
That would be
but-
great. And please encourage all the pediatricians.
Thank you. Yeah. I will.
So, yeah, part of fighting all these injustices and racism against Palestinians and others and this genocidal structure over the world is to speak up, and please join us April 15th. It's the April is the International Day of the Awareness and the Prevention of the Crime of Genocide. We want all doctors, healthcare workers, nurses, paramedics, our allies, our patients to join us April 15th. We have Dania and Iman will speak about that soon to give you more information, but we need more of us to join and speak up. We do need to support these communities financially and give them the support that they need, but we also need to speak up to go to the halls of power to stop these crimes. Please join us. Dania and Iman will talk later in this webinar about the logistics, about how we can join. You don't need to be a doctor. You need to be just a human being who have a conscience to join us and spread the word and amplify this message. The ones who are giving the orders for all these crimes, wherever they are in Washington, D.C. We need to go there. We need to talk to them. So please, but before that, we have actually three critical updates. One about the genocide in Congo, one about the genocide in Gaza, again with Iyad, and one about the silencing here in the United States from Maribeth. But I know Elvis, we don't see him a lot, and he also has problems with connection sometimes. So we're going to go with Elvis. Please, Iyad, Bamun Alek, and Maribeth, Bamun Aleki. You need to know what that means.
Mary Beth, she has to go soon because
Oh,
she
she has
has
to
a
go?
family thing. Yeah.
Oh, go then, Elvis, please. Let's give Maribeth the time if she has to go. Then you'll be after. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Elvis. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah?
Yes.
On the headphones? Okay.
Yes.
So this topic is particularly timely for me and a little bit sort of like a shock to process hearing it stated, this research, as clearly as it was, because I had not previously thought to assign to myself a label of victim of anti-Palestinian racism. I'm a white lady with tremendous social privilege. I'm married to an attorney. I'm a disabled veteran of the United States. And I am about to start residency and was doxxed to the point that a concerted letter writing and emailing campaign was enacted by people trying to get me fired from my residency before I even started. I've been doxxed before. This is number 4. And the previous 3, I was able to brush off, right? Never let them see you sweat. Keep going. But this one actually shook me up a little bit, because not just for me, but my family, my husband, my children have worked so hard alongside me to get me to the point of finally graduating medical school. And to think that that could be taken away by a vociferous, violent group committed to their anti-Palestinian racism. I am lucky, blessed to have had tremendous support also through DAG. The always wise, dignified, Karama, was like, hey, in these meetings, there's a time and a place to keep pushing the issue. This is not the time and the place. Focus on wanting to be a good doctor. And I took that advice. I went like going calm, but nobody wants to be that person who has to meet with a hospital CMO before the first day of your intern year. Am I going to be labeled a problem child now? And I asked them about that. And I am glad to say that actually the CMO, the DIO, were really quite supportive and reassuring. They started the conversation by congratulating me on matching and how excited they were to have me. But it does leave me shaken up a little bit. And so I appreciate you bringing forth this research and giving me a lot to think about as I proceed. I'll tell you also, like I wore a kafaya lanyard my third year of rotations in the hospital with my name tag. And on more than one occasion, a medical resident who would see me in the hallways, maybe on another service, would approach me and say very carefully, oh, that's a nice lanyard, right? Because they have to be careful. How much does this white lady actually know? Does she think this is just weird polka dot? And I then could say, oh, my kafaya print. And then the resident could whisper to me, I'm Palestinian. Oh, okay. Where's your family from? All right. And then we can talk about it. But there had to be sort of this way to like invite an undercurrent of talking about it. And so, wow, the white lady, disabled veteran with the attorney husband, whose best friend is a leader in her Jewish community and also an attorney who sat in the meeting with me. All of these protections. And I was still a victim of anti-Palestinian racism. So thanks to everybody for the support.
Thank you, Mary Beth, for being brave, and thank you for being steadfast, and thank you for doing it so gracefully. We love you.
We love you. We support you. We're proud of you. So you have Mary Beth, a veteran who served in the U.S. Army, who's disabled, who's a mother, who has two beautiful children and a husband. Despite all of this, because of love for medicine, she insisted to go to medical school. And we know how hard it is to be in a medical school, even as a young person, without family, without everything. Despite all of this, despite her disability, despite the family, she insisted and she persevered and she graduated. She's going to be graduating the end of this month from medical school. And it was hard for her to get a match, as we all know. For people who finish medical school, they have to match for residency. And the minute she got accepted, those people who hate humanity, who hate success, who hate people who speak against the genocide, the only crime that Mary Beth committed is speaking out against the genocide. They want to punish her. And they jumped on this hospital that accepted her for her residency, asking the hospital to remove her and to reject her application. This happened this past week. We're not talking about, historical things. These are things happening now. And they continue to harass her, to harass the school, to harass the hospital that is accepting her. This is just to tell us that these people have no limits. Their hate for anyone who says the truth has no limits. They want to silence all of us. They want all of us to cheer while they are committing genocides. And anyone who dares to speak up, even if they are white, even if they are privileged, even if they have a family, even if they served in the army, they will still go against them. So none of us, this is also another proof that none of us is immune to this. What they are doing to Gaza will come to every one of our doorsteps. They will not spare anyone who dares to speak against their crimes, against all the bad things that they're committing in this world. So Maribeth, stay strong. We're all here with you. We are supporting you, and we are glad that the administration for now understand this, but we know this is not over. We will continue to support you and stay strong, and please support Maribeth, support Dr. Tony, all the victims of silencing and the victims of these systems that are very well established here in the United States, that is going to go against all of us. And many of us here have been doxxed and stuff like that. We need to stop them before they come to each and every one of us. Thank you, Maribeth. And of course, Maribeth, we'll hear from you, inshallah, next week. And good luck with your residency. It's gonna be good. We know for sure that you're gonna be one of the best residents there, and you will persevere despite all their evil and despite all their harm. Thank you. You want to say anything else, Maribeth?
No, I was going to say, Zauji pointed out to me, because I did ask him, do you think it's safe for me to talk about this now? And because he was driving to this family event, I said, do you think it's safe for me to talk about this? And we discussed how. And he said, there's this old saying, you can tell a lot about a person by who their enemies are. And in the comments of this doxing page where the mob mentality was picking up, some of the comments about the hospital and even other residents were things like, well, have you seen the doctors there? They're all terrorists.
Wow.
And it happens to be a program that does accept international grads, first generation immigrant grads. And so I guess the hospital knows, like, not only do they not need to worry about it, but that Mary Beth Brownlee is deeply committed to respect, liberation, dignity of all people, including my fellow residents.
That's a badge of honor, Maribeth. You've been doxxed, what, 4 or 5 times? Each one of them is a badge of honor, and we're proud of you, and we're all here for you and for all of us. And we're all
برضه
here
دكتور
for humanity
نضال
and for the truth. تفضل.
from Gaza, Marbet, we support you and we stand with you.
Dr. Ahmed, are you there? Are you there? Dr. Ahmed, are you there?
Do you know Dr. Ahmed on the video of me opening my match letter on my Facebook? He congratulated me, and I was floating and took a screenshot, circled it, sent the screenshot to Tanya. Look who said congratulations, Dr. Al-Farah saw me opening my match
Dr.
letter.
Ahmed, are you there, Dr. Ahmed? Maybe he's distracted. Okay. But Dr. Ahmed from Gaza also supports Maribeth and supports your bravery, and he, more than anyone else, knows that you're going to be the best resident they have. So thank you. Thank you, Maribeth. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Elvis from Congo, do you support Maribeth? Hold on, Maribeth.
Yes, definitely, 100%.
Okay.
Actually say otherwise. I mean, what's he gonna?
100%.
No, not that one. She's trouble. I do not support. Like,
Yep. Thank you. I know you have to go. You have a family event, so go enjoy and forget about them, Maribeth.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you, and good luck. Congrats on matching.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
Congratulations, Maribeth. Thank you. Okay, Elvis, all yours.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me. Don't
Yes.
have the best signal. Before I start, thank you very, very much to everyone. Salam to the panelists. Salam to everyone from Congo. Salam from Congo to everyone who is watching and listening to this webinar. And where to start? If not to say thanks to all of you, thanks to Doug, Dr. Against Genocide, for this opportunity to be here again for another webinar to share with you the latest update, news, activities, and also
the work that we have been doing on the ground. As we all know, the genocide in Congo has started now 3 decades ago, and it is not really on the mainstream media, and that is why we call it a silent genocide. If you go around right now and watch the news and listen to the news, there is nothing happening in the on the mainstream, nothing, no one is talking about whatever is happening. But for some of us who are here on the ground, things are getting worse every single day. Yes, we start seeing some movement of troops leaving villages, leaving areas. We don't know where they're going. We don't know why they are withdrawing. But that is the situation that we are witnessing at the moment. But the worst is, even though there is no exchange, even though there is no fighting, we still have a lot of women who are facing the worst. The worst is rape continue to be used every single day on women, on young girls, and we start having few cases of young girls who were sexually assaulted. Then they end up with a pregnancy and they give birth to babies who have malformation. It is sad to see what is happening. We know the way they are conceiving, the way they are getting the babies is not the best way someone can expect to get pregnant, because it's at the end of the scale, the atrocities that are used on those women and young girls are appalling. Now we've got a lot of cases of babies who are born with malformation. I wish if we had the team of researchers, we had the team and the mean to conduct those research and find out exactly why we have a lot of babies who are born in those conditions. As personally, with the Ubuntu team, we have lost already 2 babies who were born from young girls who were sexually assaulted, but they were born with malformation. Doctors have tried to surgery on them, but they fail. And I think this is something that probably we'll ask Doug by the time we get doctors, medical doctors and experts in medicine who are from Congo to have a conversation with you and find out why we cannot do research and find out exactly what is happening to our women, what is happening to the young girls in the eastern part of Congo. That is basically the update from us, but allow me to talk about the activity of Ubuntu. Ubuntu, that is a local organization that we did set up a year ago, 2 years ago, to support young girls who are victims of sexual assault or become mothers. So we give them shelter, we give them support, but also we make sure we give them a chance to start a new life. The key activities that we have been doing, as you know, with the support of DAG, we continue providing food, the weekly provision of food, and we manage to deliver, as always, food to 33 orphans at Ubuntu House 1, and the weekly provision food for the 23 young girls, 11 young girls, 10 young girls and 11 babies at Ubuntu House 2. We continue doing those activities, and also we've got 6 patients at the moment at the hospital. As you know, most of the hospitals in the eastern part of Congo are lacking of supply. Not only their pharmacies are empty, but also they don't have canteen where they can serve people or patient food. And we've got some patients who are there and they don't have families because they are displaced and they don't have anyone to visit them or anyone to provide food for them. At the moment, at one hospital, we've got 6 patients that we are providing food for them, and the food comprises of three meals, that is the breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And we are grateful because we are supporting these particular activities with the financial support that we receive from DAG. So we are very much grateful to every single person who is going to that link and donate, and also everyone else who is doing who is campaigning for us here in Congo. We do the hospital support. As you know, we always come to you and share with you the few activities that we are doing. At the moment, Ubuntu, that the organization that I'm part of, is pushing to raise fund to cover hospital bills for a lot of women that we have met for the last 2 weeks. And when we talk about hospital bills, it starts from $25 for a maternity bill to $200 or $300 for any surgery or anything that has been a B to the extreme. We've got a lot of patients who are stuck in hospitals because they are lacking either the 25, the 50 to pay so that they can be released. They are in conditions that are appalling. They are stuck in hospitals and no one is providing them with food, and sometimes they end up sleeping on the floor. Others have children with them, and they are exposed themselves to more disease and more health issues. So please, if you can, look at the work that we do and continue to support us so that we can be able to free more women, more babies, more children, and get them out of the hospitals. And the hospital support that we are working on, we've got 3 special cases at the moment of 3 women. They are young. One is 21, 26, and then another mother who just gave birth to a set of twins. The 21 years old has been in a hospital for 2.5 months. She came in, she spent a week and a half for the treatment. After the week and a half, she was asked to pay so that she can go home, but she couldn't afford the payment. Thanks to the team and our friend, we managed to raise a fund. She will be released tomorrow. She will go back home. A bill was $260. We've got another lady who has been in hospital for 3 months. She came as well. She spent a month treatment, but she could not pay for her bill, and she has been in the hospital for just because she can't afford the $395. The mother who just gave birth by C-section to twins, she is another young lady that cannot afford the payment, and she's stuck in the hospital now for about 2 weeks with the baby and the 2 babies and herself, and that is just for $220. Here in Goma, as people know, it has been a year since banks were closed. There is no jobs, there is no supply, there is nothing completely. The situation is dying. The situation is very, very bad, and people need help. Our girls at Ubuntu 2 that we have been talking about every single week are going to start to receive some counseling because they've gone through a lot. The majority of them, or all of them, are displaced. They don't have families around the town of Goma, and facing the rape and giving birth at a young age. The youngest is 13, and the 13 years old has a 6-month baby, and the oldest is 18. And we decided to start pushing for counseling because we know it is very, very important. The challenging that we are facing at the moment is mainly to raise enough financial means so that we can be able to support the people that we are working with. The next step for us is to continue raising funds to cover the hospital bills for those women, to maintain the weekly food provision for 53 children, because all of them are children anyway, and also to continue to explore the partnership with DAG and other organizations. I'm going to finish by expressing our gratitude to Doctor Against Genocide. It has been almost 6 months since the very first day I was introduced to this platform. We have learned a lot, and we continue to learn. We we had the chance to listen to other people who are facing the same struggle as all of us here. We didn't know that the practice in all those countries that are facing genocide are the same. Starvation, raping women and young girls, lack of support, cutting food supply, cutting access to health care. And we can say we are facing the same enemy because the enemy is want to erase completely some of us on this planet. So thank you very much, everyone. Thanks, Doug, for the opportunity. And we are so much grateful for everything that you've been doing.
Yeah, man, thank you, Elvis. Thank you for all the great work you're doing, you and your team there. And please, everyone, our people, our community there in Congo are suffering. Those young ladies who cannot afford care at the hospitals are suffering. They need help, they need support, both financially and with your help. We are able to provide some help. Please support more and support Ubuntu, the organization that it's a local organization there in Congo that Elvis helps with and runs. And also support them by speaking up. Please join us April 14th, April 15th. We are speaking against all genocides, the one in Congo, in Sudan, in Palestine, in Lebanon. So please speak up. There's, as we always say in DAG, you have to raise the awareness, you have to advocate to stop all these genocides, at the same time provide support. Providing support alone is not enough. We have to end this once and for good. So those people, those communities don't even need, to be at the mercy of support from here or from there. So we have to try to do as much as we can, and all of it, with advocacy, with speaking up, with holding the politicians accountable, and in the meantime, help the survivors, support them to survive these crimes inflicted upon them. And again, we're proud of Elvis and Hadija and all the teams that are working in Congo, and inshallah, we will keep it up. Again, more genocides, more urgent humanitarian catastrophes and updates from Gaza. Iyad is here with us. Thank you, Iyad, for waiting. And I apologize for all the speakers. We don't mean to have you wait too long. It's just there are so much to report. That's why everyone starts a little bit late. Nothing intentional. We're trying our best to accommodate all of it, but unfortunately, there are so many crimes, so many communities are suffering, and we're trying our best to give an opportunity for everyone to speak. Iyad, tfaddal. Iyad is our colleague, our DAG representative in Gaza. He's the coordinator of NGOs in Gaza, the middle area of Gaza. And he's on the ground. He has wide connections there with all the NGOs working in Gaza. And he knows firsthand about the situation. And unfortunately, the situation continues to be dire and deteriorating. And that's what Iyad is going to speak about today. تفضل Iyad.
شكرا دكتور نضال. يعني firstly thank you so much, and يعني we hope you are well, and all of my colleagues يعني from my heart thank you so much. Really, we're missing you for a long time. Certainly I will begin by speaking about the situation. As you mentioned, Dr. Nadal, on the ground, it has not changed much. We are living under maybe selective firing, as I mentioned previously, during Eid and after Eid, up until today. There have been more than 30 martyrs and more than 100 injuries, most of them children and women. Last case, the children, they gunned him on the floor in the eastern part of the Gaza Strip yesterday. They claimed they passed the yellow line, it's bordered line. So every night we hear demolition operations in the eastern areas where all infrastructure and urban structures are being destroyed. Meanwhile, people are still living in the western areas, crowded into less than 30% of the Gaza total area. Yesterday, a tragic incident occurred. As I mentioned, a child who was playing on the roof of his house was shot in the head by quadcopter drone under the pretext that he had crossed a yellow line. This reflects the method of dealing even with the children. There's no mercy. Secondly, the blockade, Dr. Nidal and my colleague, has intensified severely. Oils and the fuel necessary for operation generators in healthcare facilities and clinics are not allowed to enter, nor are spare parts. This directly threatens the continued operations of these generators, as the lack of oil makes them highly prone to break down at any moment. This poses a serious danger and has a direct impact on public health. As I mentioned in my last meeting with the media, at any moment, this poses a serious threat, especially as people still rely on the remaining hospitals and health centers in the western areas of the Gaza, as you know. We are also witnessing what can be described as a destruction of education also. Based on my field visits today and ongoing engagement with the education sector, there are growing demands for UNRWA to take its share in face-to-face education within learning spaces. Our children, these are not substitutes for schools, but temporary school solutions, as I mentioned. In Gaza, there are about more than 300,000 students in the public system and another 300 students under UNRWA supervisions. Unfortunately, and under the maybe political pressure, UNRWA has not taken its role, leaving the burden on individual and local initiatives, often in partnership with the UNICEF. Therefore, there must be engagement with UNRWA and pressure on all parties to resume its education services. It's very vital things. Given its long-standing experience and qualified administrative, technical, and teaching staff, it should work alongside local entities and NGOs to support temporary learning spaces for Gaza's children, to stop genocidal actions against the education, against our futures for our children. Regarding medical evacuations also, Dr. Nidal, the process is extremely slow and almost negligible. Only about 10 up to 15 patients per day are allowed for medical evacuation. This is merely a superficial measure that doesn't address the real scale of need, as thousands of patients are still waiting for medical referrals. This includes cancer patients with chronic illnesses, postponed surgeries, and war injuries that still require rehabilitation also. Another critical issue is prosthetics. Artificial limbs containing metal are not allowed into Gaza. As a result, the prosthetics available locally don't meet the technical or medical need of amputees, whether children or adults. This is an urgent humanitarian issue also. And also mobility aids are also not allowed in sufficient quantities, creating severe hardship for the injured, especially children and the elderly. As for food, the blockade also has caused a sharp rise in prices. The black market, shadow market, available goods are controlled by that. And people's economic capabilities and capacities are being exhausted also. Most of Gaza people are now unemployed, as job opportunities have largely disappeared. Gaza as a whole is experiencing a near total stopping in development and normal life. And also, my colleagues, the weather conditions are also worsening. This is the maybe 12th or 13th time that tents in Gaza has been flooded. Demands continue from us and from all humanitarian organizations, and also really your support and your donations really touch our heart, especially within the last three storms. It's very effective and we need more, especially the mobile homes. We need a media campaign that increase the pressure to let in the mobile homes entering without any restrictions for the entry of mobiles and the establishment of local factories or something else to produce them here locally in Gaza, so that people can live with dignity and better protected their children and families. So the situation is worsening, and maybe they deal with Gaza as forgotten space, especially with the new third war here in the Middle East. Please support Gaza. We need your support, all of the world, all of the free people. And again, my thanks, my grateful to you, Dr. Nidal, and my colleagues, all of our colleagues in everywhere. Thank you so much. And please, we need you and we need you. Keep going. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Iyad. I mean, it's heartbreaking to hear that this is still going almost 6 months into what they call a ceasefire. And actually, things are getting worse in the last 6 weeks, and signs of starvation and malnutrition are happening again. The hospitals are running out of medication and equipment. Their generators are failing. They are not allowing the fuel, and also they're not allowing the oil that, the engine oil that keeps these old generators running. Many of them are breaking. The engineers, the maintenance people, they are trying their best to deal with them, trying to get a piece from here, from an old generator here, a generator there. But because they have to run 24/7, they are failing, and this means people will die in the ICUs, on the ventilators. People will die because there is no power, there is no electricity, on top of all the other elements. So please keep speaking up, and the best way to speak up is to call your politicians, send them letters, join us, go to DC, go to your local representatives, talk to your hospitals, talk to the AMA, talk to any organization in society. They are all part of this crime and these crimes that are being committed. Iman and Dania will share with us about the event, the action we are campaign. We are having 1,000 white coats to DC, April 15th. But before that, I want to see if Dr. Al-Siddiq. Dr. Al-Siddiq, are you with us? Dr. Al-Siddiq? He might be on call and just listening, but...
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام, Doctor. كيفك?
الحمد لله كيفكم؟ إن شاء الله بخير.
Do you have anything to share with us? Are you joining us in DC, April 15th?
Yeah, so I don't actually have anything to share today. I think Dr. Ibrahim did a great job of breaking down what's going on. And inshallah, next time I'll be able to share some more of information. But today, I think I don't really have anything else to share. With regards to April 15th, I was actually going to bring this up during the discussion after Iman gets to speaking about the Thousand White Coats event. But April 15th, in addition to being the World Genocide Day, it's also the 3-year anniversary of when the Sudanese war started. So, so SAPA, we were actually going to have an event that same day. So I did want to see if there was a way I can make it to both, which was what I was going to ask when the white coat event starts. Is it in the morning or?
I mean, it's all day, but we're willing to collaborate and coordinate, and we're flexible if we can combine this, because this is actually an important thing that we can amplify. Yes, and again, this is against all genocide, including the genocide in Sudan, and because of this anniversary, it makes it even more important that we speak up. And we're happy. If you want, we can coordinate how we can work with Saba, our colleagues from Sudan, about having this event being joined or amplify each other. And I think also some of our colleagues in Congo are joining from local DC organizations there. But we want everyone, please. We want every doctor, every healthcare worker, every human being, anyone who's conscious to join us. This is against all the atrocities that are being committed by our government, whether here locally at home, domestically, or abroad. So please, this is an open call, and I'm gonna give Iman and Dania the opportunity to speak about the event. And please, for those in the comments who are asking how we can help, please spread the word. Please invite others to join. Please get us some support. Please do local events. Please, again, awareness, education, advocacy, local support for the communities, expanding the network, mobilizing more and more people to join this movement. Again, this is not just for doctors, but we think that doctors have bigger responsibility than everyone else to lead this. So we are offering to be on the lead, but everyone is welcome. Our patients, our communities, our neighbors, our engineers, our pharmacists, our business people, laborers, everyone is welcome to join. This is a movement and this is a fight for humanity, for all of us here at home and all over the world. Iman, تفضل Iman.
Welcome everybody. Like Nidal said, on April 15th, we'll be doing a press conference in the morning. We'll meet at Union Station at 9, and then we'll head over to the location for the press conference. And then in the afternoon from 1 to 5, Danny and I are scheduling appointments with senators and representatives. If you're hesitant about coming because you've never done anything like this before, just come. We need the bodies. Like there's going to be plenty of us who've been there and done this a lot. We just really could support. I mean, imagine if there were 1,000 people wearing white coats in DC. I mean, they can't ignore us, right? It really makes a difference if it's not the same people who are showing up all the time, and just imagine the presence. And so, whatever you can do to get out there, we will be there to support you, and we'd be so appreciative. And, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of people who are quiet about it. There are a lot of people who just are sort of just going on with their lives as if nothing is happening. Showing up for something like this, whether we convince anybody, I really don't feel like our job is convincing. I think our job is sort of, holding people accountable, and using our voices, and platforming our colleagues, and just even the people, in Congo and Sudan and Gaza and the West Bank and Iran and, Sudan and everywhere. And so, if you're feeling overwhelmed with everything that's going on, just show up. Just show up. This is what kind of makes you stand apart from those people who aren't doing anything. I really feel like inaction and silence is complicity. And so, we'll be there to support you. So please join us on the 15th. Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, nothing more to add to that except please come show up. We are going to meet with anybody who is willing to give us the time. And for those who are not formally giving us the time, we're going to meet with them too. We're going to hopefully have enough people with us to visit every office, and talk to everybody. These are the people responsible for legislation that prevents the Rafah border from not being open. So please join us. Last month we had some issues getting meetings because of the situation escalating in Iran, but I have a good feeling about this month, and we really need everybody with us. And as you heard from everybody that spoke today, it's just there's so much that the US is responsible for. I mean, these are preventable deaths and illnesses, and we just need everybody there. So please take the time. Please, you won't regret it. You'll feel so empowered, and you'll make this a monthly occurrence to be with us every month in DC. So please, I beg you, we all beg you, please join us, and please support these efforts on the ground. But we really have to change. We are responsible. This country is responsible for the suffering that happens in the world. And until we confront these policymakers, nothing's ever going to change. So please join us.
And again, this is an open invitation to everyone. Whoever you are, whatever issues you care about, they are included. This is a movement for all of us. This is a movement for humanity. This is a movement for a better world. If you care about the cuts on healthcare here, if you care about Medicaid, if you care about the cuts on the basic services here, please join us. We are covering this. If you care about the ICE attack and the fascism at home, please join us. We are speaking against that. If you care about the children all over the world, because all the children are ours, all the people are ours wherever they are, all lives are ours wherever they are. If you care about life, about humanity, about justice, if you have a conscience, please join us. All these people, all these children are being killed and murdered and starved and denied medication because of us. So please join us. Whatever issue you have, whatever anything you care about, especially if you are in the healthcare industry, because this is honestly and literally, this is your job. Your job is to care. And if you don't care, if you only care about money, about making money, about business, honestly, you should resign, you should quit. Your license should be taken away from you. We all want to make money. We are not against money, but this is not why we go to school for. And if all what you care about life is just to make money, honestly, your existence in this world is not worth it. You're not adding to this community other than being selfish and providing for yourself and for your family. And if it is a little bit uncomfortable for you to go, people are dying. People are literally starving. So be uncomfortable. If you are a healthcare worker, you have the money, you have the means, you can make it happen. No excuse. If it was an invitation for a conference for luxury from major pharma inviting you for a conference, you will make time. And if you are a human being, if you have any respect for yourself, for your profession, you should make time. There is no excuse. Don't tell me it's hard, it's impossible, I cannot take a day off. You can take a day off, because a day off there, a day there to exert pressure on these criminals can save more lives than what you can say, than what you can save in one clinic day. You can come for a whole day, you can come for a half day. Please join us. And this is coming at a moment we cannot stress how urgent and how dangerous the world that we are living in now, and how dangerous our politicians are and where they're taking us. Seeing 1,000 doctors, healthcare workers, nurses, their patients, their supporters, their allies being there does have a value. We might not stop it immediately, but if we don't go, the message that they're getting is people are happy with this, that they're doing a good job. So silence, not speaking up, is giving them a license that to keep going. Silence is not neutral here. Silence kills. People die. People starve to death if the masses everywhere do not mobilize. Those in power, those with the trillions, those who are making the weapons, honestly have no actual power if the people mobilize. We, the people, have all the power. There are only a few handful of people who are committing all these crimes, and we all, if we mobilize, they see more of us. We can stop this. We can create a better world where everyone is equal, where everyone is safe, where everyone has enough to eat, where everyone can raise a family, where everyone can plan a future. So please, again, our commitment to life, to humanity, does not stop at the bedside. And whether you believe it or not, we can save more lives by just taking a day off once a month and going there. If we can stop one war, if we can stop one genocide, if we can stop one occupation, if we can stop one weapon manufacturer, we can save more lives than what we can save during our whole medical career. You can be in the surgery room every day for 60 years, doing 5 surgeries every day, and still cannot save more lives than stopping or preventing one genocide, stopping one war. So this is medicine. Don't even think that you are stepping out of your comfort zone or out of your field, out of your profession. This is your professional obligation. This is what you swore an oath to. And we're not asking you to give up your work. We're not asking to do any risk. Dania and Iman will make sure that the day goes on very smoothly, very in a very organized way. No one is gonna get hurt. No one is asking you to do anything, crazy or anything that put your career or your life at risk. The only thing you need to do is just be there. If you are comfortable speaking up, you are welcome. If you're not comfortable, just your presence, just having the number by itself will have a symbolic value and will exert enough pressure on these people to know that, oh my God, now even the doctors are coming here. We must at least reconsider, we must rethink that there is something wrong happening, because doctors are not supposed to be in DC. This is not their traditional role. If you see 1,000 doctors there, every politician will take notice that there is something big that we're messing up, that we need to fix, especially that there are an election, a midterm election coming up. So we know politicians have no heart. We know they have no humanity. We know they don't care about us, but they do care about their seats. They do care about winning their seats and keeping their seats. So this will be a strong message to all of them, both aisles. We are not Democrats or Republicans or
We
anything.
talk to everyone. We talk to everyone.
And
This
they are
yeah, this
both
is
criminals, and they are both part of these genocides, part of these crimes. They are both profiting from the weapon and war machine. But we need to put all of them on notice that we, the people, are not okay with this. What is happening is not normal. We will not accept it. We will not normalize it. We will not stay silent. And they need to get this message if we show up in numbers. We don't want just the usual suspects, 10 or 20 of us going there all the time, that they think they can ignore us. When they see 1,000 people coming up, and next month 2,000 people coming up if they don't do the right thing, then 3,000. We have 2-3 million healthcare workers in the United States. Where are you? What you are doing? Come on, move. It's time to move. It's time to do something now. This is a moment in history that if you don't do anything now, there is honestly, you'll never get this opportunity again. And there is no value even in what you're doing or even your existence if we do not step up now and do what is right for everyone. And again, it's not a big sacrifice, not a big, it's just imagine you're going on a vacation. Actually, just being there, being with your colleagues, the people, same-minded people by itself is therapeutic. You will feel good about yourself. You will be able to sleep at night that you at least tried. That when your patients ask you, what did you do to the patients like me who are being starved or being denied medication, when your children ask you, Dad, Mom, what did you do when there were children starved to death? At least you can say, I tried. I did something. I did not just stay at home making money and pretending I did not know or scared from just going to DC. Imagine, consider just another pharma trip that you're going to. Please. Muhammad, you want to say anything?
No, great job today. Yeah.
So we are gonna also do some for those who need maybe a hotel or stay or have problems with this. We're gonna do some group rates with some of the local hotels there to make it a little bit more affordable for people. We'll start working on this tomorrow, inshallah. For those who are able to manage on their own, that's fine. Again, it's not hard. Just day. Usually we go like the night before. We stay the night, then we take the whole day of action. This month we are meeting at 9 a.m. at the Union Station in DC. Then after that, all of us are going to the place where we're doing the press conference. So we will start that at around 10:30. This will take us about 1 hour. Then after that, in the afternoon, we have meetings with Congress people, with senators, both aisles. Every one of them is responsible, and we're going to go to every one of them, whether we have appointment or not. Some offices promised they might join us with the press conference. We don't have a final confirmation on this, but if they do, that will be good. Hopefully, this coming week we will hear back from them. Again, this is a collective call. This is a work we're doing not for us. This is for the sake of humanity, for all the people here at home. I don't think it's fair for the American people to pay taxes to commit crimes overseas. I don't think it's fair for the American people not to afford their groceries because the prices are going so high, not to afford putting gas in their cars because the oil and the fuel prices are going so high, only because we have incompetent and criminal ruling class and politicians. So this is a call for all of us, whoever you are, whatever color you are, whatever profession you are paying for this. And if you are paying for this, if you stay silent, this means you are complicit, you are agreeing with it, and you have no right to complain. If you don't agree with this, then do something about it. As they say, religion not practiced doesn't mean anything. Ideas not practiced without action does not mean anything. Anything you believe in, anything you are uncomfortable about, any um, wrong that you're experiencing, you have to follow that with action. You have to speak up. You have to do something about it. Otherwise, God does not hear from silent people. I think we are living in an age now like the worst time in maybe in our lifetime. We have 5, 6 genocides going on at the same time. We have, those criminals, because they are enjoying immunity, they have been enjoying immunity for so long, they think they can destroy the whole world and nothing will happen to them. They are using our resources illegally. None of us gave them consent to do this. So please, please, this is the time to do it. Annie, you want to share anything, Annie?
No, nothing beyond just to say thank you. And Dr. Nidal in particular, you're like our coach. And I feel every time when I get low and the energy is low and oh my God, it's just like, it's now, go for it. And I need to hear these words. So in addition to learning from all of you, I really appreciate also the sort of fighting words and fighting through compassion, fighting through love, fighting through presence. But I really appreciate your words. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Annie. And yes, we're all tired. Yes, we're all exhausted. We're all sick from genocide. But take it from a doctor, from doctors here. The best treatment for this exhaustion, for this sense of helplessness, for this sense of exhaustion, is to do something about it. Because believe me, it will feel much worse if you are not doing anything about it. I mean, we do have a subconscious, and all the mental illnesses, sometimes they happen because we do not release what is bothering us inside. If you just keep it inside and stay silent, not do anything about it, it will end up causing more harm for you personally, mentally, subconsciously, rather than if you try to do something about it. If you try to do something about it, at least you are listening to your conscious, you are listening to your brain, you are trying to vent it out, you are trying to act upon it, and that actually keeps you more healthy mentally rather than the other way around. And I really think people who have been active in this, despite all the exhaustion, despite all the frustration, are more healthy mentally and physically than people who have been silent because isolation. I think I'm gonna leave this to Daniel. That's Daniel's specialty. Please speak more on this. That's your specialty.
I thought you were using me as an example, like I'm gonna leave it. No, so I agree 100%.
You are
I
an
think
example and you are a specialist too. Go ahead.
I think, I know personally speaking, like when we're taking all of this in, it's all getting embedded into like every fiber and all our cells. And I think for those of us who are not doing anything and who are just, sitting and wallowing in the despair, I think there's going to be some significant detriments to their physical health. I mean, aside from their mental health, but I think those of us who are choosing to do something about it and to do whatever we can with the with the power we have as US citizens, I think in the long run, I think mentally we'll probably be in better shape despite us our hearts being ripped out thousands of times throughout witnessing and bearing witness to this, but I think it's medicine to do something about this. So to answer, long story short, yes, I think those of us who are doing something, in the long run will be better off than everyone who stayed silent.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Okay, so usually I'm not the host here. Karama and Mace are the host, but since I'm the host now for a change, I see people raising their hands from the audience. I'm gonna try to bring them up. I don't know how to do that, but let me try. Invite who? No, okay. Give me a minute, please. Karama, you want to say anything while I'm trying to bring people from the audience, please?
I want to say to Phil that we sent him a panelist link.
Oh, Phil, yeah, we need Phil actually. I've been waiting for him
Yeah,
all
Phil
day.
is, if he looks at his email, he should find the panelist link.
Okay, Karama, how people? They have 3 people raised their hands there, but I don't know how to bring them. Panelists.
You can allow to speak if you hover
Oh,
on there are like
allowed to
3
talk.
dots.
Okay, Hazel.
Allowed to
Okay,
talk, yeah.
and allowed to talk. Okay, good. Well, I'm learning today. Every day we're learning from genocide. Oh my God.
And you
Okay,
can
so we
allow
have.
the others as well.
Yeah, I did allow 3 people here that I don't know, and I don't know if they know us or not, but we're happy to hear from them. I don't know who was actually, I'm not good with this guy, so I don't know which one of you raised their hand first, but let's go with alphabetic. So it's gonna be, I'll go with Hazel. First name, Hazel Makariskin. Are you there, Hazel? Ivana Edwards. Okay, Hazel's here.
I'm sorry, I
Go
didn't
ahead,
actually raise my hand, but thank you so much, all of
Can
you
you
that
turn on
come
your
on
camera,
here.
Hazel? We want to know who you are.
I'm sorry,
Nidal?
I'm from
Yeah, unless
Scotland.
you she's from Scotland. Unless
I didn't actually raise my hand, but I just want to say thank you so much to all of you. You do
Where are
so
you,
much.
Hazel? Where are you, Hazel?
Scotland, the Highlands.
Can you
Just
invite
about
us
the
to Scotland?
Highlands.
Can you invite us
Yes.
to Scotland?
Yes, I'm not a doctor either. I used to work in NHS in dental nursing with special
Yes,
care.
that is a doctor.
But I just want to thank you all, that's all, for everything you do. You inspire us week by week, and we would be lost without you all. So thank you very much.
So Hazel, thank you for supporting us, for being with us. And you are a doctor against genocide. Anyone who fights genocide is a doctor against genocide. This is not the doctor with the meaning of medical doctor. Anyone who fights genocide against genocide is a doctor against genocide. So thank you, Hazel. And please, we need you to start maybe a DAG chapter there in Scotland.
Yes.
Thank you. Ivana Edwards, are you there? Ivana Edwards? Ivana? Or Mariam Farouqi? Mariam Farouqi, actually, she had something to say, so we can do some help for the community in Lebanon. Mariam, are you still there? We have Mariam Farouqi and Ivana Edwards. Any one of you available to ask your question, whatever question you have? Mariam Farouqi, Ivana
Nidal, while
Edwards.
we're waiting for Mariam.
Yes.
Nidal, since you are host, if you go to Phil name, just
Okay.
invite him to be panelist. He says he did not get his link. I don't know why.
And how to go to Phil name?
You go to the list of
Oh,
people who are attending,
participant.
and yeah, you find his name. Invite
Oh,
to become
Phil.
panelist.
Phil, yes, I'm inviting Phil. Phil, yes,
Be
I
panelist.
did
Yes.
it. I'm learning. Good job. Thank you, Karama, for
You're
educating me.
welcome.
Phil, how are
Did you
you?
come?
Yeah,
Hey, how are
Here
you?
he is.
good, good. Turn on your camera, Phil. We've been waiting for you all day.
It's on. Oh, wait. It just now popped up.
You know, maybe you just allowed him to speak. You have to make him
Yeah,
panelist in
I
order
only have
for him.
audio. I only
Yeah,
have
in order
audio on
for
my
him to
screen.
be
Okay, hold on. To be what?
I don't
Let
know
me
if
see.
it's
Mute,
if you're
disable
able to
talking,
do it.
chat. Okay, hold on, please. Let me see what are the options. Sorry. I mean, at least you can speak without the camera, Phil. Sorry, I don't know how to do it, but next time. Okay, hide, non-video, but no, rename, speaking.
I'm almost home, so maybe I can resend the link. Phil, if you can text me your email, I'll send you the link again.
Okay. It's
If I
easy.
can, I don't know.
Can you speak now for the meantime, Phil?
Sure. The link is easy. It's philbrewermd@gmail.com.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, I want to say a word about the upcoming Advocacy Day, which is going to be a very...
Phil, please.
Yeah.
I mean, we know you, but if you want to introduce yourself, please, for people
Oh,
who don't
sure.
know you.
Okay. So I am a retired emergency physician. I spent most of my career as one of the founding faculty of emergency medicine at Yale School of Medicine and Yale New Haven Hospital. And over 35 years, I've done basically relief work in Haiti after the earthquake. Oh, okay, join as panelist here.
Yes, I figured it out. So you can join as a panelist now. Sorry, I'm slow, but I eventually get there. That's my motto in life. Better late than never. I will always keep trying until I get there. Now you can join as a full panelist.
Yeah. Except it's not, my video's not starting for some reason.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ask to start video. I did ask you to start video.
There we go, start my video. Still not starting.
Okay. Make a host.
I keep clicking on video and nothing happens.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, we tried. It's okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
Kalam
okay.
will help. Yeah,
That's
maybe Kalam will
okay.
help us in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my background. I've been a longtime member of Jewish Voice for Peace, Healthcare Workers for Palestine, and Doctors Against Genocide. And I've starting about 2 years ago at Yale New Haven Hospital with our Healthcare Workers for Palestine group. We began weekly vigils in front of the hospital and medical school, handing out a weekly bulletin about the latest news from Palestine, from Gaza. And we just did our 75th consecutive week last week to make sure that nobody at the medical school and nobody at the hospital can say they don't know what's going on. If they don't know what's going on, it's because they've walked past us and intentionally avoided taking our tracks, which does happen. So that's my background. That's what I've been doing, and I've started coming monthly to the Advocacy Days on the Hill because I live within driving distance. It's a 5.5, 6 hour drive, so I don't have to get on a plane. I can take the train, but I have no excuse to not come. And I think once I started coming, I've seen the value of not just representing our cause on Capitol Hill, but also meeting other people, meeting wonderful people who are part of this effort. And as you say, the best treatment or the best therapy for adversity is action, and that's something that's just reinforced with me every week, or every week at Yale and every month in Washington. And I'm really looking forward to the April 15th date.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for all what you do, and I know you've been trying your best since day one in your local community, and you've been coming with us every month, very consistent, helping with everything, including sending me my jacket and my passport that I left in your car. So thank you for that.
Yeah. One other thing I want to emphasize is that we meet all of these congressional people, occasionally the representatives themselves, occasionally in the hallway some senators, but especially the staffers, and we make we give them the list of things that we're particularly concerned about at any given time. And I came to the conclusion, which I don't think is an original conclusion or anything I invented, but I came to the conclusion over the last couple of months that any representative, elected representative, who votes in favor of arms sales to Israel is committing genocide as a person, both collectively and individually, is committing genocide. And I've gotten to know almost by heart the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, of the crime of genocide. And you cannot read that with an open mind, with an objective mind, and come to the conclusion, to any other conclusion than that Israel is committing genocide by their direct action. The United States is committing genocide by complicity, and the people in the government who are responsible for providing the means to commit genocide themselves are committing genocide. And I'm trying to emphasize that in my own thinking. Linda, I'm blanking on her last name. Our author member, help me out here. Pence. Yeah. Told me about an organization in Switzerland called Stop Complicity, and I would recommend, if you're interested, to just Google Stop-Complicity. They're based in Switzerland, but they also have a French and an Italian branch, and they have basically picked out specific government officials who they have decided are committing genocide for the same reason, on the same basis that the United States is, and basically written up indictments of them and forwarded them to the International Court of Justice with copies to those individuals. And I'm trying to find a legal group here to start doing the same thing with these representatives who knowingly vote in favor of sending arms to Israel. I'm kind of tired of begging them to, please send some more aid, humanitarian aid. That's well and good and necessary in the short term, but we have to get our Congress to stop supporting this genocide. In my view, that's the only thing that's going to change Israel's behavior, is when we pull the rug out from under their war machine and their killing machine. So.
Yeah, I agree. Phil, I have a few questions for you, but later on, if you can stay with us a few more minutes, please.
Sure,
I want to check with Mariam. Mariam Farouqi, are you there? Or Ivana? Mariam or Ivana, are you there? Mariam Farouqi?
She's
Ivana
muted.
Edward? Yeah, they had a question, the audience. I brought them up, but it seems they are not listening to us. But guess who's here with us today, guys? After a while,
Tom.
guess who's here? Dr. Padroni. Thank you. We
سأنا
welcome.
لك
We miss you.
بدروني.
We miss you, man. We miss you. Thank you. I know you've been busy, but thank you. It's good to see you here all the time. And I know you're here with an important message. So, تفضل, Dr. Padroni. All
Yes.
yours.
Thank you so much. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm a professor at Wayne State University. And because I'm so close to Dearborn, I had the great honor of meeting first Dr. Jabour when he came to a Palestine film series that I had put together there. I've worked with DAG for a long time, although not so much recently. But I just wanted to share the message to people who are listening, who are considering coming, that it's an incredible experience. And not only does it not feel in any way dangerous, but also if people who go, they don't check your, or at least no time that I've gone has anyone ever checked my ID or asked who I was or anything like that. So I've been able to be completely incognito to the degree that I wanted to. Of course, I've been a part of speaking at some of the meetings, and even though I'm not a medical doctor, I have felt welcomed and very purposeful when I've been able to share. And of course, then I've also introduced myself, but that was voluntarily. It's a wonderful time of community building, and I couldn't agree more with the idea that it's medicine. Thank you, Danya, for sharing that perspective. It's a medicine that we all need. It's a medicine that I need to feel like I'm involved and doing something about the horrors of the world. So thanks for letting me pop in real quickly, everyone. See you on the 15th.
Tom, who are you bringing with you? You're not allowed to come by yourself this time.
I am campaigning right now. I just tried to get some of the local crowd here, Imad and Farhad and others committed, and they say they're working on it. I'm also going to turn to the medical school. I've already been
Yes.
mentioning it to Nashat at Wayne State, but to try to
Yes.
recruit more people to come. I'm saying there are a lot of people who've always said they want to come, and I'm telling them this is the time.
This is the time. Yes.
Yes.
Please, each one who is coming, try to get 2, 3, 4, 5 people with you. Encourage more people. It's very safe. It's very organized. Nothing's gonna happen to you. You'll feel you'll feel great being with people, like-minded people, people who have good conscience, who are good hearts. You feel like part of the family. We care about each other. We are not gonna put any one of us in danger or at risk. We are going there just to speak the truth in a professional way, in a peaceful way. It is our right. It is our human right to speak up. It's our constitutional right to speak up. It's our professional right and duty to speak up. Please join us, whoever you are. You need to do something. Now is the time, because we allowed it to happen for so long. It's getting worse and worse because the majority of us chose the comforts to stay silent and not to do anything about it. And again, silence in these circumstances is not neutrality. Silence is harmful.
Good. So we will see each other in Washington, D.C. We hope that we will see new faces. And Annie, will you be there?
I was just checking if I can be. I have to see if somebody else can move their schedule. I have to take care of my 90-year-old father
Oh,
in Los Angeles,
okay.
but otherwise I would have
Well, hopefully
absolutely
there
been
will be
there.
a chance for you to come. We would love to
Shukran.
have you with us. It would be great.
Yes, I would love to be.
It's fighting genocide is our mission, and we do that with education. So we educate each other, we educate our elected officials, we educate students, colleagues, how to recognize signs and symptoms of genocide before it festers. Unfortunately, genocides do not happen unless all the conditions are ripe. And when a genocide happens, the perpetrators have to believe that they will not be held accountable. So the variables are, how do we make accountability stronger? How do we not mince words. And I think as a medical community and as a humanity in general, we want to prevent harm, and we have to figure out how to prevent this from happening. And this is by recognition, early recognition. If we can prevent one genocide, we will know how to prevent many, many other genocides. And I think it should be the life mission of every human. So education, advocacy, we do that by going to the elected officials, by people who are policymakers, to influence them, to pressure them, to actually shame them, like Phil is doing when he gives them the document that says, well, you have been informed that you are a genocide perpetrators. What are you going to do about it? And we also do the community support. So every aspect of our work is meant to support the people who are undergoing genocide and prevent harm done on them. So we cannot do it alone. We can only do it if there is a critical threshold that is crossed in terms of number, in terms of will, and in terms of influence. So that's why numbers speak. And that's why, you heard many of us say, come join us. Also, when you come join us, you are guaranteed to make lifelong friendships. We did not know any, the only people that knew each other from years, Mesa, because she's my sister, I had to know her. And Nidal, because we actually went to school together. But I met Badroni, I met Phil, I met Iman, Elvis, Dania, Annie. I met her in New Jersey. And I honestly think of all of you as family members, not just as random people. It feels the bond is very strong, and it's based on real, genuine appreciation and respect for this human who takes the time to actually be brave and speak up and protect others that this human never met. And this is very, very respectable. So we keep each other accountable, we keep each other alive, and we keep each other safe also. And so we invite you to the family. Dr. Siddiq Al-Siddiq, which means the friend. We also met him in Washington, D.C., and he's a friend. And we invite you to the family. We hope to meet you. And if you have any questions, reach out to any of us, and we will be, it will be our honor to meet more and more of you. Anyone wants to say anything? I think Nidal was trying to speak to Mariam. Mariam, did you speak? Maybe sometimes people put the Zoom on, but they do something else. So anyway, we will see you next time, inshallah. Good. Anyone wants to add anything? Any questions? كل شيء تمام? Nidal is not here, so I can end. All right. Maybe.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
And see you next week. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.